whatever. And then other people say, well, anyone can be racist because that's just the definition of racism. I'm on the latter. I think anyone can be racist, but it's really sad with black people. Our racism is co-signed by mainstream media. Um,
Mm.
so it's and in our schools and ideologies. I grew up around black supremacists. It was really insufferable. Lost a lot of IQ points because of it. And yeah, I think black people can be racist. Black people can be obnoxiously racist, like racism with no meaning. Even though I don't think anyone should be racist, but there's a whole group of people in America that would rather not be around black people, and they have their reasons. And I really can't blame them for it, to be honest.
That's crazy. Hey, what power do you know? Do you think that black supremacists hold any sort of power structure in America?
No, I think they're low IQ.
Okay, what about white supremacists? Do you think white supremacists hold any sort of power structure in America?
There's no policies that can stop me from doing anything as a black
Do
person.
white supremacists have power structures?
What is the definition of racism that you're using?
You're using the first example of racism.
Yeah,
So by your
exactly,
logic,
yes. Yeah.
by your logic, yeah, there has to be white supremacists because this country
Okay.
is majority Caucasian, so they have to be white supremacists in power. So by your logic, it's a yes.
W. That's all.
It's not a W. I'm just using your
No, I agree,
ideology. It doesn't make
that's
it.
basically
It
what I
doesn't
wanted to
make
hear.
it true. It doesn't make it true at all. But I don't. I think I can think a little bit more nuanced than that.
Sure.
I think there's a difference
I'm
in,
back,
in
y'all.
supremacy and
Can you give me a point in
racism.
time? Can you give me a point in time? Okay. I guess, yeah. It's going to be the differences in definitions. We
Yeah.
have to agree to which definition we want to go on. Because it'll just be circular.
Because like in the city of Charlotte, most people that are in the Charlotte government are black.
That
So
doesn't mean anything though in America though.
what do you mean? It's an American city.
Wait, in Charlotte, so you're saying in Charlotte they're oppressing white people on purpose?
I didn't see. You just see.
There you go. But then,
That's what I'm saying. What your way of thinking?
Can't agree with you.
Your way of thinking makes no sense because to your logic, then that would mean that if it's an all black city, then those black people are automatically oppressing people who are non-black. I don't know.
I didn't say that.
But you just put words in my
Gentlemen,
mouth.
may I ask a question real quick? May I ask a question? This is just a hypothetical, and I could be very, very wrong. So you're saying, where is it? Louisiana? There's a black government or whatever? Is that what you're saying?
Well, Louisiana too, but I'm saying Charlotte, like there's mostly black people
Okay.
in high positions.
So here's my question for you then. So would it be supremacy, right? White supremacy, if they're upholding the same laws that has been there before, doing the same thing?
Well, yeah, they're using our same civil courts that have been used for decades. So technically, by F's logic, they're upholding white supremacy.
Okay, just making sure.
But yeah,
I guess I don't agree with you.
I didn't say that.
That's basically what I'm hearing.
What I'm saying is being hyper focused on race has destroyed our communities and created a whole group of people who see the world in black and white, and it's not true. They're living in a false reality, and their perception becomes their reality. So they're going to look for anything to be offended. Like, oh, this person didn't like me. It must be because I'm black, or because my hair's kinky, or my nose is too big. Like there's all. If you think the world's racist, you're gonna find racism in everything.
You don't think that's justified sometimes when black people think they're being judged based on their appearances?
I think anyone could be judged from their appearance. If you're dirty, if your hair is nasty,
there's a whole Crown Act.
If your pants are sagging, if you're walking into a room looking like there's someone behind a bush, sure. I'm going to discriminate.
That's not what I'm saying.
It has nothing to do with race.
Behind the bush is creepy, bro.
That's how some people
talking about how black people are stereotyped. That's unspecific meaning that.
I think what FBU is trying to get at, right? Like the proximity to whiteness. So if you had two black women, right, for a role, maybe the darker skinned woman would have been better for that role. But since the other woman is like proximity to whiteness, appealing, that person's going to get that role. So, also through shows and movies and whatnot, we were portrayed as being stupid, ugly, slutty, or what have you. So in the white race during during that time was always shown as being smart, intelligent, witty, and funny. So I think that has a long history and long lasting impact on the population. I mean, right now it's gotten a lot better for sure. But I think that's what FB was trying to say, if I was correct. If not, I'm sorry.
No, I'm just pointing out the historical context and the impact of why that's still a case for a lot of people, especially Black people, why we see it that way.
Mm-hmm.
It's not necessarily a knock against anybody. It's just it's that is reality. It's not created. It is what it is.
Well, to Genja's point about like media, I will say I do agree with you. When we saw the rise of television and how Black Americans were portrayed to the world, like in the 50s and 60s, you saw Motown, you saw Black farmers and things like that. But something happened during the Civil Rights era where there was a deliberate push to make this Black subculture mainstream Black culture. And that came with portraying Black people getting on TV and portraying themselves as such and getting co-signed to do things by the corporate elite. I think there was an actual social engineering of Black Americans via Marxism. I think the Civil Rights Act and all of that was especially Martin Luther King. He was a plant, and people don't want to talk about that. But to FB's point, a lot of things that we're taught in history is screwed. Like it's kind of like warped our perception on the history of America and our history of our people. And if you're American, I don't know if you're American, FB, but American history taught in textbooks have been rewritten by Marxists, like literally.
Well, I mean, like history. I guess where I grew up in my schools, they didn't even teach history the way they taught us about the history they wanted us to talk about. We didn't really dive deep into
Well,
slavery.
did you know
or
that
anything.
the Republican Party was founded partly by Black Americans?
Did I know the Republican Party was founded by who now?
Black Americans.
So Black Americans founded the Republican Party.
Black Americans were a part of founding the Republican Party.
What
The Republican
part? Who are
Party
these Black Americans?
was against shackled slavery. The Republican Party was literally founded by free Black men, like partly with white, but they don't teach us that in history because, like I said, the Marxists won. They want everyone who's non-white to destroy Western civilization by attacking white European men, Christian men at that.
That's a
such a
Marxist.
turn
Wait,
off,
are you
bro.
saying that's a
That's a
Marxist
turn off.
ideology?
Yeah,
It's fucking stupid.
Black Americans have been brainwashed by Marxist ideology over the last 80 years.
Can you tell me?
This nigga's
What-
fucking
Yeah,
stupid.
I
Okay,
tried
hold
not
on.
to say that.
I'd like
T-Bone.
to.
I
I'd
was
like to
trying.
partake in this conversation a little bit as a Marxist myself.
That's
No
lovely.
communists allowed. We don't no communists allowed in this conversation.
So
Well,
what
I'm gonna
about
get
Marx?
Bex out of here. She's a communist.
Yeah, I'm joking.
So what about Marx ideology is the problem here?
Well, Marx was totally against one private individuals owning private land. He was all for the ideology that the working man is lazy and that the government needs to do everything and we need some type of like highly regulated social system. That's Marx. But the ideology of Marx.
Where in Marx writing did you read that the working class is lazy?
Did you not? If you read Karl Marx, he believes that individual human beings should not have any type of power, and that it all should be in part of one government system, including values.
Where are you getting this in Marx's writing? Because that's definitely not what it says. So Marx uses the state as a tool for people to own the means of production. He never says that he doesn't want people to have power. The whole point of Marxism is for the people to control the means of production.
But it's going to be a small group of people to control the means of production.
No. So I think you don't. What by Marx have you actually read?
I've went through a couple of his stuff, but the whole
Can you
point of
name one?
Marxism is very anti-Western.
Can you name? Well, yeah, of course, it's Marxism. It's definitely anti-Western. But what have you read?
Honestly, I'll concede to this because I could look up quotes right now.
Okay, so you haven't read Marx. Okay, so I think that this is where people go wrong. If you have not read Marx, because honestly, if you believe any of this stuff, if you believe any of the economic structures, not only should you read what you believe in, which I'm taking as capitalism based on this conversation, but you should read the critique of capitalism and the opposite side, which you just conceded that you haven't read Marx. So you're going off of what you're hearing for propaganda, but you're missing the entire point. And this is a lot of the capitalist structures and further off of this are based off of Marx. They all use Marx in their views because Marx's ideology is so important within like all of the economic structures itself. People have built off of this in every direction. So the fact that you don't know what you're talking about tells me that you don't know enough to have this conversation.
Well, I'll concede to that, and I need to look more into that. I don't think Marxism is in our corporate framework, but I'll look into it since you mentioned
I'll
it.
tell you on as a very real note, if you can go to Marxist.org, every communist and socialist writing through all of history is on there for free. You don't have to buy it. They're also all on YouTube as audiobooks. If you don't have time to read, you can throw on an audiobook. But I highly recommend you listen or read a little bit of his writing because I think you'd be very shocked at what I know. There's commonly this rumor that Marxism is what the woke left is based on, but arguably that's not even true. A lot of the today's modern like leftist quote unquote uh, ideology is not even based truly on any of that. It's based on like this propagandized version of it. But that's you should absolutely read Marx before you go
Sure.
against anybody who's actually read Marx because you're incredibly wrong.
Have you heard of Thomas Sowell?
Yes.
Okay, I would look into him too.
I have. Thank you. Yeah, no, he's a good writer too. Yeah, so I just that's my recommendation to you. If you want to be able to argue people who've actually read communist works, you're gonna have to read communist works. Because definitely in communism and socialism, nobody's lazy. Nobody gets to not work. Everybody has to work to do their fair share, to their abilities.
They have to work. They have to work
needs
for the government.
Yeah, to each their abilities, to each their needs. That's the quote. Like you have to put into the system to get out of the system. Everybody puts in, everybody gets out. That's how it works.
Random. I've been not studying, but I've been looking at like communism for a while, trying to figure it all out. My question is it like the movie Divergent? Because I just finished watching Divergent and I think it was yesterday. Is the system sort of kind of like, I'm not saying it is, but
I haven't seen Divergent, so I don't know. I can watch it and let you know. But I think one of the fun comparisons of like if you were going to go to like more modern days advances Star Trek. Star Trek is communism.
Not Ligma bringing us back to Ripon, Wisconsin in the 1850s.
The People's Party.
About the
Star Trek, if you look at it, I don't have the quote on me, but there's a great quote on basically Star Trek doesn't have money, right? They don't have a government.
No.
They work every day. They all have their positions in the system. They all do their part. All their needs are met, right? So they're working not to build wealth. They're working for the betterment of their society.
Well, Star Trek is in a post-scarcity society, so we can't really.
It's communism.
No, post-scarcity is not derived from communism at all. That the Star Trek technology.
This is where I don't like. You have to understand that communism is not like again. This is where you need to read it. So many structures, so much of all the economic structures is built off Marx. Marx is a key part in all of this. And if you haven't read him, you're not going to be able to have this conversation with me. I'm sorry, because you're wrong. And I mean that with all due respect. You need to go read. You need to go learn about this stuff because you don't know what you're talking about.
I brought this up for Gidget. Gidget, this is what he was talking about with the Republican Party.
It's cut half off.
Thank you.
I can read it. It says it all started with people who opposed slavery. They were common, everyday people who bristled with the notion that men had any right to oppress their fellow man. In the early 1850s, these anti-slavery activists found commonality with rugged individuals looking to settle in Western lands free of government charges. Free soil, free labor, free speech, free man went the slogan, and it was thus in joint opposition to human enslavement and government tyranny. I think that's what this says. An enterprising people gave birth to the Republican Party.
This is Amar's segue of calling black people stupid, guys.
What about the Republicans? Are we making an argument that Republicans aren't racist?
No, apparently the claim is that black people have been overtaken, and then brought up the fact that black people were the ones who started the Republican Party and that they opposed slavery.
We were overtaken by what? By who?
I don't know. Amar,
his claim, his claim was that black people contributed to the birth of the Republican Party, and the Republican Party started as anti-slavery abolitionists.
There was an insult to black people in there.
No, what?
What?
Not for me. What? I didn't
Oh
do
no,
anything.
not
No, no,
for
no, not
Wigmar.
from you,
No.
Amar.
Oh.
Insult of black people.
I was like, what?
Actually, no. Let's take that back. Wigmar was insulting black
I
people.
I could have sworn.
What?
Well, I don't think the Republicans started with slavery, but they definitely had like
It's not my fault. You're
a
easy to
radical
insult.
Republican
Oh my
section.
god.
Wait, what were you saying, officer?
I said, I don't know if like the start of the Republicans was to end slavery, but I do know that they had a really growing wing that they called like the radical, like their more radical wing at the time. That was like an abolitionist wing.
Mm.
That's what I remember about the political history of Republicans. But it's been a while since I've had to like touch on that. I could be wrong here.
Yeah,
Well,
I
see,
did
the only
disagree
thing I
with him.
thought was that, yes, a lot of like the black freedmen became Republicans.
They did.
Uh-huh.
But
Yeah.
I mean, that's
A lot of the black freedmen became Republicans up until I think around the 1890 through like 1910, 1920, I think, when the
mm,
Republicans pushed them out with the Lily White movement, forcing them, basically forcing them out of the Southern Republican Party.
yeah.
And then you start to get like the shift in political base when evangelicals flood into the Republicans Party, which is the quote unquote party shift.
They were progressive in ideology. Omar, do you think black people
He does.
should be more Democrat or Republican with their ballots? What you think?
Do I think
Should or
they should
should?
be more Democrat or Republican? Well, one, I think most Black Americans are just Democrat by default,
Yeah.
and they're raised to say like the Republicans are racist, so don't vote for them. Now, when you say like should they be Democrat or Republican, I mean, what you have to give me an example. What do you think a Democrat and a Republican is like? Because I don't know.
Do you think? We all know what Democrat and Republican is. We're all going to be
Well,
able
no,
to
because I can say
describe it in
why would a
different ways. Like I would say, like Republican in ideology is just Christian racist, and then I would say like Democrats are more like progressive individuals, and so like your description may be a little different. But my question is, there's going to be a lot of overlap, a lot of ways you could define it. That's fine. Do you think that black people, what is more beneficial for our community, is casting our ballot Republican or Democrat?
I mean, I'm independent, so I actually read through policies before I just vote for them. I think Black people should read more, and look at long term
Read.
effects of policies that can affect our community. For example, like when the whole welfare state was created, there was a time where they went up to Black families' doors and said, "Well, you can't have a father in the home to get these benefits." That was a Democrat policy. So, like, I don't. I see the world more nuanced. Um, I think that Democrats now are trying to replace their voting bloc with, non-black people, because the black vote's not going to matter in like 10 years. And that's by design for the Democrats. But then at the same time, if you look at Republicans who were for like, I don't know, like a border wall or, a strong border or a certain geopolitical, strategy, I think people should vote based on the policies, not based on skin color. So I really can't answer that question. I don't see Democrats doing anything.
You already did.
Okay, sure.
He's a cooking, guys. He's cooking.
Cooking.
I guess I always have a question for people.
Chef Randy.
The policy about men in the house. What do you think the point was?
Oh, I think the point was to dismantle the family unit in the black community.
Why do you intuition pump it that way?
I mean, because that was the whole point. I mean, if you break down the family, you literally lower the population, then you put Planned Parenthood on every block. I mean, that's literally what they did.
Was this like a real policy, or was this just like something that you're dubbing like the removal?
No, I'll look it up for you. I'll show you.
I mean, I could just tell. I mean, it was a real policy. It was the men in house rule. But I'm just wondering, do you think that that rule was limited to only black people, or did white people, Asian people, Hispanic people become afflicted by the similar rule?
I mean, I think it afflicted everyone who was looking to get on that social net. But during that time, if you looked at, I mean, I think what's his name, FB and Gidget brought up, the portrayal of Black Americans. I think that there was a strategic breakdown of the Black family unit on purpose for that reason. If you look at people like Margaret Sanger, who said that Black people were literally like a cancer.
No,
I
no,
mean,
I'm aware of what
so
Sandra did. I'm discussing the men in house rule, 1960s. Is there anything in the government you can cite me that says that this was aimed at this? Because there's a lot of writings we can.
but who did it affect the most? That's why I said it's important to read policies in the long term.
Sure, we're in the policy. We're in the policy. Would you cite like in the actual bill, like the actual? Well, you didn't even know
You
the rule.
can't say it's not going to say oh, our purpose of this is to take Black men out the home. It's not going to say exactly that. It's going to say
Is there
something.
are there any like political writings, like opinions from political pundits or like actual leaders or like party platform based? Because like so, for example,
No,
we
I mean, I
know.
think like I said, I think that it's really important for Black Americans to look at policies and see how they affected us over the long term. Now, policies can sound good, like, oh, I want to give everyone free houses by the age of 21. Like that sounds great, but the logistics of it and what happens down the supply line decades later, it can cause it can cause an issue. That's all I'm saying.
Uh-huh.
And it disproportionately affected Black American homes. And then not only that, we had the CIA working overtime to promote sub-Black culture as mainstream Black culture. So that it was just destruction on all fronts. And then using drugs in America to fund wars in South America. Like Black Americans have been under social engineering for decades.
Okay, this didn't really answer my question though. Like I'm asking, like, what information are you synthesizing to get to your opinion?
What I'm saying is we're looking at the effect. If you go to the blackest community in America and look at how many fathers are in the home, I mean, maybe the stats are better now, but if you go back to like the 2010s, the 2000s, you can see that there's disproportionately less fathers in the Black American homes than there are in Caucasian homes or in other ethnic group homes. So you're asking me to cite it. All I'm saying is that I'm looking at a policy
What
that
was
said
what was
I'm
the
looking at a
policy?
policy that said it was supposed to be something
I,
good, but the
I hear
long-term
you.
effects of it
No,
was
I hear
bad.
you.
That's all
No,
I'm
no,
saying.
I hear you. What was the poverty rate for Black Americans in 1960?
That's a good question. You tell me.
Well, let's just see if we can agree on something. My statement would be Black Americans were disproportionately impoverished in 1960. Would you happen to know if that is true or false?
I have to look it up.
Okay. I would tell you that they were disproportionately impoverished in 1960, and I can source that information if you want me to. Do you know why? Do
I
you know
believe. I
why?
mean,
Do you
I
know why
agree
they're
with you, but
disproportionate?
I would just would want you to talk
I,
instead of lecturing.
Okay. Well, no, I'm not really trying to lecture. I'm actually trying to do the opposite. Typically, I do just lecture people. I'm trying to see where your historical knowledge is and where it isn't before I go into it. I don't like want to patronize you, but
Okay, but it's already at that point. What
is it? I do
you're
tend to
bringing up
come off.
specific information that you
I do
deem
tend to come.
important to
Well,
know. So
this
if you want
isn't.
to lecture, you can go ahead.
Okay, I will. So I don't tend to come. Well, I do tend to come off accidentally condescending sometimes. But I think the issue is you're trying to say to me that a policy used at targeting low income families was disproportionately impacting Black people by removing fathers from the home. But you also can't cite where in the same rule, which is written to the actual bills itself, that the entire point of it was to make sure that the public services were going to the most needy of families. The whole purpose was not to single out well, at the time it was seen that men were the providers financially. This is a cultural thing now. This is a universal cultural thing. And so if there's a man in the house that's able-bodied and there's a two-parent household, why should the government be providing instead of building up the males or building up the family structure to provide for itself? So when mothers or women lost members of their household, and by the way, Black men disproportionately in 1960 were also abandoning their families due to the drug epidemic, prison sentences that were long. So we had an entire stint from like 1950 to like 1970 of really high targeted enforcement around schmugs that led Black men to prison specifically through the hollowing out of metropolitans. So we had a lot of Black women that were without men and they were failing financially. So the government came up with a solution. We can all agree whether the impact of that solution was good or bad. But I'd also say that black people in general were disproportionately impoverished in 1960. The extreme poverty rate reached to 60% of the population was impoverished in 1960. So you have a population that's experiencing a high prison rate, with young kids that are growing up without a two-parent household, with a over 50, which is half the population, poverty rate, of a disproportionality that is impacting them, leading to the continuation of degenerate behavior like violence, schmug use, alcoholism. So the government tries to get a solution. I don't think the government can fix everything, but to say that the target was to specifically destroy the black community is silly because it was already destroyed prior to the policy. The policy was aimed at providing something of a benefit to black mothers. Now, Margaret Sanger was a fucking idiot. I agree she was a eugenicist. They didn't put a Planned Parenthood on every single block. They put Planned Parenthoods throughout, actually, like, really, it was modern day suburbia, it was like suburbia, like middle class families, or whether it was lower income, you would see them actually scattered out. Now, Margaret Sanger thought that this would effectuate her goal of eugenicizing the population, but she, of course, failed. And, of course, that mission was very quickly snuffed out by her own writings. So the issue I also have is you're correlating and synthesizing information doesn't actually logically follow because you're not bridging logical gaps in the calculus. This is fucking stupid. You have no facts support your statements.
What statement did I make?
That the program is disproportionately aimed at black people to destroy the family, but it was already annihilated before that. So go
Okay,
on.
but what I literally said is that the policies looked good on paper, but if we go decades down the line, we see the effects of it. So you
But
using
you
the
didn't
F
just
word.
talk about the disparate impact of that. You also said that there was intent behind this to destroy the black community. And that's what he's specifically asking you is where we can find that. Within this in particular policy of if there is a man in the home, then if there is not a man in the home, then you qualify for this. If there is a man in the home, then you don't qualify for this. That is specifically aimed towards destroying the black community. Where can we find that information at?
You know, I did come across something where that program they were heavily in the Black American communities, but I have to find it. But
Well,
What
he just
program?
gave you a logical reasoning as to why that would be the case because of disproportionate poverty rates within the black community.
yeah, absolutely. But I feel like if you let these policies go on for so long, you see who it affects the most and what it does to the cultural
But we
value
already
of the
knew who would
community.
affect the most because we knew who was disproportionately impoverished. So your feelings are irrelevant.
Okay, but do you feel like the best example? Do you feel like Black American families are together?
Do
Yes
you
or no?
I'm sorry, hold on. Before we even get to that, and I will pin that. I don't run from conversations. Do you know why they also made this I'll just tell you, fuck it. So they made the men in house policy because at the time, I'm just reading this now. This is coming from the Institute of Family Studies. In the 1960s, many states denied aid to families with dependent children. This is DEFC, AFDC. I use DEFC as a funny abbreviation. If an able-bodied man, including a father, was living in the home, this is Republican states too, even if he was unemployed or underemployed. So before that, but so, just to be very clear, before that, this actually started leading to the rise of white single motherhood too. We saw that men would leave the house if they were underemployed or couldn't financially make the burden of keeping up with their family, so the state would step in. This was already occurring, but the state wouldn't step in. This is what the fight was. Men were men were dying, men were going to jail, men were underemployed,
This is where you
whatever it
see
was.
hefty Baghdad's. This is where you see this is what OGM calls it, hefty Baghdad's, where because of the severe poverty, right, severely impoverished, you would see that men would on paper leave the home, but that doesn't mean that they were absent from the home. When they
Also
came
true.
into the inspections, the men would just
God,
pack up their hefty bag and they would leave and then come back when the inspection is over so that the families didn't lose the little bit of assistance that they were getting.
Lock them all up. Fraud. No,
Okay,
I'm just kidding.
so I think so. Your only disagreement with me, we both agree that these policies have negative effects on Black America, correct? Okay,
incorrect, incorrect.
so
I
I
don't
don't think
agree.
we even have a disagreement. I'm just educating you on the policy at the time and seeing where you come up with your
because
new story.
I
your
disagree, and I
disagreement
don't.
with my stating that, oh, the policy should like target it. Okay, I can concede to that, but what I can't concede to is saying that, well, okay, Black Americans, it helped Black American families. But if we go
Let me
decades,
ask you a question. If we can look at the poverty rate during this time and compare it to today's poverty rate, and the poverty rate is better within the black community.
Oh, I don't doubt that. Yeah, but
So if that's the
the
case,
thing
then
is,
would
we're
you be able to
talking.
use that for evidence to say that it was
Well,
beneficial?
the
Or
thing is, we can talk about income, but I'm talking about families that are actually together, like family units. I think that those policies like that created cultures of like baby mamas, and not just
okay,
that,
so
but
the
I think that it
poverty,
can
so then the poverty isn't the problem for you. It's the fact that they're not within the same household.
that the children aren't being raised by parents. That's the thing.
Okay.
Like, and
Okay.
I just don't want us to pretend that
I'm
it's not a problem.
I want to be very clear what I'm looking for from you. I'm looking for you to bridge the gap. If we already had an issue, which is the issue you're already articulating, and the government attempted to make a solution, how do you bridge the gap that the initial issue was even caused by the government solution at the time? If
I
you want
think
to if you want to index to today, I'm indexing you to 1960. If you want to re-index to today, I would argue with you that I believe it is true that the social safety net program we have is inadequate and failing. But
yeah.
in 1960, I want you to bridge the gap where you believe at the time of initiation of policy that the explicit goal of the government was to annihilate the nuclear family of the black community. Where is that? Where are you getting that from? It was already destroyed.
You don't think there were smart people during that time that could think about long term
I
effects?
don't want to guess. I want you to substantiate the argument with facts and
Well,
evidence.
I can't. I'm going to concede to that.
Okay, well then I'm done talking. Go ahead, guys.
I thought he already conceded to that earlier. I could be wrong.
No, I conceded to when I said, "Oh, they were targeting black people with this policy." I conceded to that, but I feel
Oh,
like when I say like if you look at the state of Black Americans today, like overwhelmingly, there's children that aren't being raised. There's children that don't know their fathers or have multiple men going in and out their mothers' lives, and I think that the pinpoint to this runaway effect in the Black community can be pointed to the creation of these overcorrective policies like the social net officer was saying. That's all I was saying, but I do agree with the officer. Like I can't make a claim saying like, oh, they just targeted black people because they didn't. But the community that suffered the most from these policies that broke down the family over decades have been black people, black Americans specifically.
I would say if you're talking about father absence, I would say that's an entire people issue. I don't think it's just a black community issue.
Mm.
um, I don't know. And I kind of disagree with the officer. I don't think it's necessarily failing. I think that it's been beneficial over the years, and I think the reason that I say that is because if we were to do anything else, you're going to start to get upset with how we go about implementing systems to better the black community. Because there's a hard pill to swallow that white people are going to be affected by this, and then people are just going to say that there's rights violations taking place. I think that we're in a good balance so far, creating some type of subsidy programs to help people who are in these impoverished areas so that they're not struggling. I mean,
I
unless
agree
you
with
can give
you.
me another solution, right? Because the only other solution that I could think of is discrimination against the whites, and if we're on board with that, I mean, let's get it going. But
I agree with investing in impoverished communities.
Yeah, I agree.
so then,
I,
what's the problem?
I was just talking.
What's going on?
Officer was just lecturing me. I don't know.
You asked for the
No, I'm
lecture.
saying
You
with
asked for
you
the
because
lecture,
it
nigga.
seems like you have a problem with the subsidy programs that black
What are we
individuals are
talking
on
about?
No,
because
no.
it
I
makes it
was I was talking specifically the breakdown of the black family. And then Gidget brought up like the portrayal of black families. I was saying that all of that is the mixture of that, these overcorrective policies, the media, and how black subculture was created as mainstream culture. Does affect black people to this day. Or we can just see the result of that in the black community. Not all black people, of course, but a good chunk.
we, the culture side of things. Can you elaborate on that? What do you mean?
I mean, yeah, like the the murder. Can I say murder?
Schmurder, but that's
The
fine. Yeah.
Schmurder music, the hypersexuality, like all of it is it. They make it seem like, oh, this is a black. If you're black, you have to do this. Like this is how you act, and just stereotypes that I think that. robs individual conscious beings of autonomy because they're being told how they should portray them, how they should behave and move in the world based on their skin color. Social media is a big problem. That's all I'm getting at.
I don't think that that's true, but okay.
Can we get a lightning debate between BGB and Shaky? It doesn't have to be now. We can book it later down
That
the
Right
would
road.
be
now.
so
Now we're
awesome.
just
Right
getting
now.
entertained at this point.
That would be awesome. I'm here
Right
for
now.
it.
BGB. Oh,
What about the
BGB and Shaky,
fathers?
y'all want to
Fuck the
debate?
fathers. We in Chicago, baby.
Yeah, we need we need
That
we
what you
need
were
that
debating.
debate immediately. We need to run that immediately. Right the fuck now.
The fathers can't get no good jobs.
The
I
fathers.
The
definitely
baby
think Shaky.
whacking rats.
Can y'all imagine how that 20-minute dialogue between them two would go?
I want to know.
It would be 100% a steamroll.
Yeah, I don't think you'd understand anything. I would just be like, blah, 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 blah.
Who do you pick to judge that, dog?
I'll judge it.
It would
Why
be
not?
you baby whacking rats. And it would be I'm a black man from Chicago.
I'm just saying.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. What about the Bears though? I'm just saying.
wait. I have a
I have
question.
biases.
Wait, who on this panel doesn't think black people can be racist?
Blue room, red
Me.
room.
Me. Oh, pick me.
Oh,
Pick me.
Why
Me, the host.
why do you think that? I feel like we talked about it before, but I want to hear it again.
Yeah, oppression.
Actually, you know what? I'll defend this. Black people can't be racist. I'll defend this. Let's go.
was that it? Was it just oppression?
Yeah,
Okay.
pretty much. I mean, I can elaborate on it, but do you want this, officer, or you want to?
I like to argue. I'll defend this. Why not?
Clearly.
Okay.
I personally said I like to argue.
You're just Max. You got dog walk once. You don't want to get that repeat.
I
on the
gracefully
previous-
conceded. I'm not gonna yell. So
Well,
Wait, is
don't
this a real debate? Do you want to drop the panel or no?
don't be a smart. Is he on the list? We can run a real fade.
it's
What do
not
you
that
actually
serious.
debate?
Oh, now it's not that serious. All right.
You want me to debate
Yeah, I
a
don't
point
think
that he actually doesn't have?
Wait, I think Osa agrees with Amon.
Wait, Osa can do a lightning debate. He's here. Osa, what are we thinking?
Wala has a question. Wala,
Just counting out Osa.
tell me how the oppressed can oppress.
Oh, that's a good one.
One big example I give you is Israel today.
What?
I don't
It's
think
always the Jew. Bell.
Oh,
That's
dang
actually
that.
interesting.
You know what? That was a good point, Belle.
That was a
It
really good
happened.
point, Belle. That's
It-
actually a really interesting.
I've been saying it for years, but nobody wants to fucking listen to me because they're like, this bitch
That was
don't
a really
wanna
good
be
point.
beef here.
I mean, we
I
took
think you'd
it
have to
and
get
we
into. I think you'd have to get
That's
into
not.
like.
That's not a good point.
Well, no,
That's not a good point.
Why not? What do you mean no? Do you agree that Palestine has been oppressed? Palestinians have been oppressed for
Yeah,
how many
absolutely.
years?
They haven't done any
Okay.
oppressing to
Do
people.
you
No,
agree
well,
that
I think-
Jewish? Hold on. Do you
Tremendously.
agree that Jewish people were once oppressed themselves?
Yes.
Yeah, not in Israel. No, not in Israel.
What the? You know what do you mean? It doesn't
No, they weren't
matter.
oppressing nothing.
Okay, it's not in Israel. Okay, I'm not talking about the country literally oppressing them. It's literally their government. It's who owns the government? Jewish people.
Yeah.
No, it's actually Zionist. Let's not do that. So I think part of this conversation, while it's an interesting, can I respond? While it's an interesting point, I think we would have to take into the foundation of building of Israel and Zionism as a whole, because Israel is not Jewish people solely. It's not even run by Jewish people, and there has to be a separation of Jewish people from Zionism within the conversation, because a lot of Zionism started off of colonization. So while we say that Israel does represent that group of people doesn't necessarily represent Israel.
That's why I try to always say the IDF to be more specific.
That's one way to put it.
Gaza,
or just say the governmental system of Israel. You know what I mean?
Israel built a whole system off of like the raping and pillaging of people, and so I don't think that there's a claim to oppression at that point, right? I don't think they're still oppressed when they go into a whole a place and build up a system.
especially when they're occupying other lands.
I'm
Right,
sorry,
right,
but
right.
the question was, show me an example. Where is that?
Where the
But
oppressed
I'm
can't
sure
be
she's
the
talking
oppressor.
within an active sense, right? Like I don't think she's talking past tense. It's like
It's
you can make a claim at one point in time Italians were even oppressed in this country, right? Um, you could, but I don't necessarily think so. But no, that would be a past tense situation, right?
it happens all the time, though, T-Bone. What are we talking about? The Slavs were once oppressed, and then they turned into oppressors. You've
Are we
got
sticking to
the
America, or are we just venturing out?
We're kind of branching out
Okay.
everywhere, but
okay. So then, all right, the Italians were once oppressed, and now today, they joined in on the whole racism shit. And then, like, what
n-
the fuck are we doing?
All right.
that might be a good one.
Let's see. There was a simulation there. Yeah.
I
Italians,
think there has
yeah.
anyone thought about like through in history, like we really do see like the elite group of people with power tend to move through groups, countries, systems, oppress people, run into other groups, systems, and then take advantage and use them to oppress. I think more than not, instead of lumping entire groups of people together by what they have in common, we need to look at it more as like there has been an elite group of men, mostly with power, who have moved their way through the globe oppressing people for resources. And when they get caught up, they essentially move forward, colonize another area, oppress another group of people, and move forward. Like these groups, I used to say this all the time when I would talk about World War II. The Yahtzees didn't like disappear, right? They didn't cease to exist. They didn't cease to have the beliefs that they had. They moved forward to other places. They built new structures to oppress people. They hid underneath the shadows to continue doing what they were doing and shaming them, prosecuting them, all of those things. That's nothing, none of that is going to change the way someone thinks. The only thing that's going to do that is deconstruction and re-education and most people will just learn to lie. So I think what we really should be talking about more than anything is like an elite group of people who have done this throughout history instead of blaming one group of people over another group of people over another group of people because they're really just all like taken over
Wait,
and used
cancel.
as tools in
I have a
You just
oppression.
question. I have a
you just
question,
described
cancel.
America.
Stop spamming the chat, BKB. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that's annoying. After a while.
I have a
Okay.
question for canceled. Cancel. What do you think about the Iran situation?
I think that America has constantly caused issues in Iran for a very long fucking time. And Israel wants nothing more than to harm the communities in the Middle East. And they're
Mm.
using America as a tool again.
Mm.
Based.
We're the assholes, Amar.
I
I
can
still
get
think
that.
that I still think that my example was impeccable. Y'all just don't want to admit it.
I'm sorry.
Y'all just hate her. That's all I gotta say.
I don't know. It kind of started. We started at one thing, then it kind of just got changed when you mentioned Israel.
Timbo in the comments, you said you're backwards. Iran has caused trouble. Show me where Iran has been the aggressor in
It's
any of
probably
these situations. Show me in history where Iran has been the aggressor on other people. We we instilled the current government there when we intervened last time to start a problem. America is really good at one thing. America is great at like forcing their way into countries, taking over the leadership to cause a problem to give themselves outs. Because in history, when you are close to having your working class revolt, the best way to stop that is to start a war with another country. So we have all these stacked countries that we continuously fuck with: Cuba, Venezuela, Iran, all of these countries that we continue to fuck with, continue to put them in terrible situations so we can quote unquote save them with democracy, i.e., capitalism, at any moment. So that way we can take power back so our stock market can be funded by war.
they're probably gonna
Oil.
tell you
That's what
about
she
the
meant. Oil.
47 years. They're probably gonna tell you about the 47 years they've been screaming death to America.
Oh, that guy left.
Yeah.
W capitalism. W capitalism.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, we should just colonize them. I think that's the best thing for them.
And Timbo, another thing here, you're wrong again. The Iranian people are not begging for help. The Iranian
Hey,
people
was
in
Memphis
Iran,
dropped for the live?
what?
Huh?
Was Memphis dropped for the
Yes, he
live?
was. I did that a long
Oh
time ago.
Okay,
yeah,
I was just
Yeah.
making
Oh
sure.
yeah.
Okay. All right.
So just to be clear, Iranian people were not begging for help. Now you have American Iranians who were here the same way like American Cubans do it, right? But the people in Iran are not happy with any of this. They don't want this. They don't want us in our country. They definitely don't want to be B-worded. You know what I mean? And a
Yeah,
lot of them
they get the brunt of it all.
they have expressed very clearly that they don't like American Iranians doing what they're doing either, because if you really truly are pro Iran, you wouldn't want your families being B-worded, and like we took out a hospital with or a school, I'm sorry, a school with children, right? Like that's not helping Iranians. They're not. There's not thousands of videos. Find one. Find one. Show me
Wait,
one
how do we
I
know
video.
that was us?
Don't
well, we know
confuse.
because our
We
government said
know
it
it.
was.
Come on.
We said it was us.
Guys.
Yeah, because the government said it was.
Oh, did they finally?
The military
So
conducted
our
an.
government finally said, "Okay, it was us."
Yeah.
I'll pull it up.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah,
Officer.
the
No,
military
I'm
did.
asking. I don't know.
They did.
Yeah,
their
no, yeah, they
investigation.
did. They admitted it.
Oh, okay. Because I know I saw one video where it actually showed where where it was launched and where it landed, and it was like within the same city or some shit like that.
So this is coming from The Intercept. Preliminary U.S. military investigations. I'm sorry. Preliminary internal U.S. military investigations suggest a U.S. Tomahawk missile struck a girls' school in Merab, Iran, on February 28, 2026, due to a targeting error. And then it goes into what the strike did. So I mean, and this has not been refuted by even like our own government.
That's so weird. Why would you put a school right next to a military base?
So according to
So
what I've
strange.
read, it was an error because what they struck was an outdated part. Well, first of all, we have schools on our military installations, but number two, the school and where it was is not being used as a military installation any longer. It was though, and that was the error.
Wait, but my
10
statement
years
still
ago,
holds true. It's still weird. Anybody would put a school on a military base.
Do you believe that for
But still,
America as well?
Ligma, I don't think there's any new reporting.
Okay.
I don't think there's
All right,
any
fair
new
enough.
reporting, Ligma. I don't think there's any new reporting, Ligma. I still think we say that the reports suggest, but I don't think there's been no conclusion that our official military is declared that was ours yet.
Wait.
Why would our military then say that we suggest it was us, and why are we not refuting that claim?
But suggesting and saying are two different things.
Was it?
Why would the military say that at all, and then why would the government not refute the claim?
And again, just because they didn't refute it and suggest does not say it's a conclusive report that you claim.
So why? Okay, I'm asking you again. Why would our government come to a preliminary conclusion that the missile was Tomahawk and it was ours? Why would they say that if they didn't have the evidence to suggest that?
I don't know that, nor do you, or they would be conclusive about it.
You're right. I don't know. So I'm just believing the reporting as follows.
Okay, I cannot disagree
fair.
with you, but you said it was conclusive that we admitted to it, and
That's not what I
not
read.
conclusive.
That's not what I said either. I said that our military has come to the conclusion. Yeah, actually, yeah, it is what I said. Actually, no, you're right. And then I read the report. Yeah, I mean, I don't. We have nothing else to go on.
Did you
yeah,
quote the Guardian, officer? Is that what you quoted?
The Intercept?
The Intercept.
Yeah,
Sorry.
the Guardian's terrible. Don't quote the Guardian. But
You guys got
officer, would you say, or not? Would you say, are they saying that they're going to continue the investigation? Is that where they're leaving it, or?
It's still under investigation.
Yeah,
It's
as
still
of
under
right now, it's underneath investigation, but there's been no headway further about it. I don't really know where they're at. I mean, this sounds like it's real internal. So, I mean, I have no way of knowing.
They're going to bury it if they could.
So,
I would bury it
I
too.
would say,
I would bury it too.
well, I mean, how do they know? Did they say what they're using to suggest that it was our Tomahawk?
The official, the ability to read an official report is not public. That's not public information.
Okay.
Weren't there pictures
Okay.
of it? I believe.
Yeah, but the Tomahawks are real close to the Russian missiles, so it's very difficult to tell which one it was.
I
So
think
And
if our
the
government
Russian
had any,
missiles.
I think if our government had any inkling it was a Russian missile, we would never have said it was a Tomahawk. Like never.
Exactly.
No. So Russia supported Iran with weaponry, correct?
True.
Okay, so Russia would have given these Russian missiles to Iran, right?
True.
And if you saw a video of this Russian missile, they are almost identical to a T. Almost. There are only very, very small differences. So, like, you could look at the video and at first glance say, "Oh, well, that's a Tomahawk," right? Without any thought that, okay, this could have been a Russian missile. So I think the investigation would tell the most.
And so I'm ask you this, officer, if I could. I think I've seen reporting, and correct me if I'm wrong, that Iran claims that they have the serial numbers to it. So if that was the case, then you would be able to trace it back to its exact launch, correct?
If that's what they're claiming, then they possibly could. But last time I said so, the issue I'm not citing any Iranian sourcing is because the last time I did that, people told me that Iran has a lot to gain by lying. But I make the same argument for America. I make the same argument for America. We have a lot to gain by denial, which is why I'm surprised that we would not accept the fact that the preliminary investigation of our own military doesn't mention Russian missiles, doesn't mention mistaken guidance system of the Iranians. It says it was our Tomahawk by mistake.
Right. I don't just. I haven't made a decision either way. You follow what I'm saying? So I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you. I'm just but we talk if it's factual and it's not really totally factual, because I would argue that if they had the serial numbers and they had them, we've seen this before in history, they would have displayed that whole. They would have put that thing back.
Iran probably doesn't. I don't believe them. They probably don't.
Can I finish? Can I finish, please? I didn't interrupt you. Again, I'd like to finish a full statement if that's okay. So. Again, I would argue if Iran has what they say they have, they would have showed that already in picture form. But then you would ask, well, why would they say they have it and not show it? Because if it's another one from another incident someplace else, and then you took that picture, we would trace. Wait a minute, we have the tracking on that missile was launched. Blah 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 blah. So I think it's conflicting everywhere. I don't think we know what we don't know.
So I do know. Well, I don't know for a fact. Let me not say that. That'd be very disingenuous. I saw a video that was supposedly put out by someone in Iran showing that missile being launched and hit the school within the same city. So that missile from the video, I haven't confirmed this, I just know what the video said that missile came from a launch within the same city or within that same area.
No.
I've seen the same video
because I've seen that video as
What's
well.
the source of this video? Sorry, I'm just asking for clarification. Sorry,
I think I saw it on TikTok, but it was posted by the person in Iran. I'm trying to pull it back up.
There was a person named what's his name? Millennial something.
Older millennial.
Yeah, older millennial.
That dude's a cock. Did he take this video down?
Well, I can't believe anything he says.
No, I didn't see it on older. I didn't see it on older millennial. It could have been taken from him. I don't know. I'm just telling you what I saw.
I think it is. But if it is that one, then unfortunately that video is just not reputable at all.
Okay. Well,
I'm sure that you saw that video. Like, I'm sure that you saw that video, but I also saw a video of Bigfoot attacking a group of campers over beef jerky.
Oh, that was real, though. That was real, though.
Hey,
that was
1,000% Hold on. That is fair. And if that's the logic or the argument we want to make, then no videos are reparable.
Correct. Just that there's the possibility of videos being unreputable.
Sure, of course. That's why I changed what I said when I first said it. When I said I know, I said, you know what? Let me not say that. And I just told you about the video I saw. Y'all take it for what it is, right? I can only tell you the video I saw. And if the logic that we're going to go with is, I saw a video of Bigfoot, well, then fuck all videos. No videos are reparable at this point.
Officer, let me ask you this opinion. So Donald Trump says that Iran's wanting to make a deal. He does a 5-day pause, and Iran denies it. Where do you stand there?
The conflict during fogs of war, I don't really care who to believe at that point. It just didn't happen. The deal just didn't happen, so to speak. I don't really care. We say one thing, they say one thing, bupkis. But in this case, we say one thing, they say one thing. We provide a report or preliminary report. That for me is what stuns me, is that we provide preliminary reporting. It's all we have. It's the best we have, right? It's from our own government. It's from our own military, right? This is what we have right now. And that's all I currently believe, is that it was possibly our missile. That's it.
No, I'm not talking. No, I'm not talking about the Tomahawk. I'm talking about that he said he's going to take a 5-day pause from attacking their energy facilities to negotiate, because they want to come to the negotiating table. But then Iran, and he says they sent him a large gift that we just received, but then Iran denies that. So what say you that?
Like I said, just fog of war. They say one thing, we say one thing. Nothing happened. So who cares?
Virginia,
So
we are counting.
Do you think we received a large gift from them or not?
No, I don't know. I don't know, and I don't really care. Whenever we do, if we do, I'm sure they'll be discussed and they'll have an opinion.
Fair enough.
Trump is currently saying that if they don't negotiate, he's going to bomb the shit out of them, is what he's saying. So
He's been saying that for like the past 2 weeks now.
Jokes on them. The large gift was 100 mics. Duh. Silly Iranians. Tricks are for kids.
I'd say it was a big old tanker of oil and gas. That's what I say.
No, we bought that from Russia.
Said it had something to do with gas and oil, and it was very big, and it was worth a lot of money.
So what, like, we're gonna let them have a certain percentage of what we take from them?
I don't know. He just come out and said that Iran, the people he's speaking to in the meetings, is why he thinks they're in good faith speaking. This is what he said. I don't know. He said that they just received yesterday a very large gift that just arrived yesterday. And then he said it had to do with gas and oil, and that it was worth a whole lot of money. And that's why he knows he's talking to the right people. That's just what he said. I don't know.
Didn't gas prices drop again, though? Something happened that they dropped again?
Nope, yeah, they did not drop again. I don't know where the hell you are, but
well, if they did, it's probably because we bought those 5 shipments from Russia to try to soften the blow.
I'm back at 355. 355 compared to 390.
It went down. It went down 15 cents here, so that's probably why.
Here's what I want to know. I want to know why, when I look at this video from India today, why are these people speaking English? That's propaganda. That is propaganda right there. I tell you what.
India.
Are you assuming that people in India don't speak English? What do you mean?
Not as their main language. Their main language.
So people here speak Spanish.
But they're not making the content for their own people. They're making it so English speakers understand. So of course they would.
I was watching a news report.
Right, but again, America, English is propaganda. Like most other countries speak their language and English. We're the only country where we think we can just speak English and everybody should fucking cater to us.
They should.
In a lot of primary schools in other countries, it's mandatory.
Not only
that, they should
English
cater to us.
Spoken in India for a very long time. You're forgetting they were colonized by the English.
Well, if they're gonna do English, can they do it better than that? I couldn't understand a damn thing they said.
I can barely understand what a lot of people.
Not everybody's as white as you, Ligma. Okay.
Well, figure it the fuck out. Figure it the fuck out. Okay.
Actually, most people are not as white as Ligma.
Yeah, figure it the fuck out. All right.
That's true. He cries when I speak to him in Spanish too.
Don't do that. Don't do that. English, lady. English.
Yeah, Ligma's like one of the top 10% of whitest people.
Proudly.
I don't know. He didn't look that white to me on camera.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't look white on camera.
No, he's like Aryan Brotherhood white.
Blonde hair, blue eyes, baby. Yeah, but I can't find that video anymore, so I think y'all are right, and they took it down. AI is getting in the way.
Speaking of propaganda videos that people should stop reposting, there's a video this guy says that an Iranian or a Cuban hospital lost power and everybody in the ICU passed away. That's also propaganda. That's also not true. It's got like millions of fucking shares and shit. And I've seen a lot of my mutuals reposted that video. It has been fact checked. It is not true. It is propaganda. Please, for the love of God, stop sharing that fucking video.
Haven't seen it.
It's not
Haven't
possible.
seen it.
Are they saying over like a time period or like the day it went out, everybody just passed away?
So the Cuba thing is happening right now. I think it was posted like 2 days ago. It literally, like, I'm not even kidding, like 10 of my mutuals had reposted it, and it's fucking not true.
Yeah,
Wait, what's going on
I
in
heard about the
Cuba?
blackout. I just didn't think that, I
What's
thought
going on in Cuba? So Cuba,
Yeah, what's going on in Cuba?
Cuba the power is out. They're
Did they not pay the bill?
Yeah, that's it, Ligma. So Trump is threatening to quote unquote like take Cuba by force, I guess. But a flotilla went down there. I have mixed feelings about the flotilla. And China donated 60,000 pounds of rice to try to help feed them through this.
That's their answer to everything.
Well, yeah, if you don't have food, the answer would be food, right?
I hope you never get in charge of this country, bro.
You realize, okay, so again,
to answer your question,
I'm really at the
fuel
point.
shortages is the biggest
Can I finish?
reason
Can I just like finish what I'm saying, like without? So
yeah,
yes,
I'm sorry, I thought you were done.
No, it's fine, sports mom, not you. Like if they don't have food, the answer would be food. In most other countries besides, okay, never. What, Moon?
I said I also want to interrupt you.
I got that.
I just wanted to answer his question. Fuel shortages is what they're citing as the main reason for the power outage.
Correct. So they're not getting, because of the increased oil prices across the globe now because of this conflict, it's affecting other people. And so yes, most other countries do depend on rice significantly. America, I get we don't fucking eat it for whatever reason. But yes, 60,000 pounds of rice will feed Cubans will really help them have just food, just basic food.
I'm just saying, next time my lights go out, I'm getting some rice.
Well, the Blob, you're more than welcome to come up here and give your take on it if you would like, Blob. I don't know who you are, but if you want to come up here and spew your nonsense, please let us know.
No, Cuba was 1,000 times more purposeful than Bexising. I don't know what that means.
I don't know what. It's an embargo, and once we took Venezuela, Cuba got no more oil. Correct. Yeah. Okay. So there you go.
Yeah. Just colonize them, and they'll be better.
That's disgusting. That's not even like a funny joke.
I'm not joking. What are you talking about?
Yeah, one day America's going to get liberated.
Liberated from what?
From the tyranny of this administration.
This administration. I hope we get somebody with some balls next time.
All right.
Yeah.
Some balls to tell Israel to fuck off, right?
Some balls to do what's got to be done.
What exactly would that be?
Oh, you know, bringing some order. Like the Middle East, they could do some colonization. We could bring them under our wing. Really help them out. Cuba, Venezuela, all of them. We should start. I don't know why we stopped expanding.
We got no reason to expand.
Should have kept the momentum going.
I think that's just a lesson from other imperialist experiments, right? Like you stretch yourself too thin. Like, this is why I think this is part of the issue Rome had, part of the issue the Khan dynasty had. Like there's been like the Ottomans sort of had this issue. I don't know. I feel like at a certain point, war begins to just like violate the like universal egoism of your country. Like, why do I have to go and sacrifice my life for other countries? Or like the pursuit of like more. Go ahead.
Yeah, it wouldn't be other countries at this point. It would be our country, right? And I would agree with you that was their issue, but I think under our structure and the way we've done things in modern times, I don't think we would meet the same fate. I mean, wouldn't like one world government make more sense for modern times, especially with this boost in AI that we have going on? No. Like AI is really pushing everything towards the communism that y'all want. Nobody's going to have a job at some point. Or Bex wants. Or whoever wants. All right.
Sorry,
I don't see anything disgusting about colonization, though.
Yeah, no, fuck all the people who are affected by it, right?
Maybe the way you do it, but colonization itself.
Well, where in history have we seen colonization benefit people?
America.
Who is it benefiting?
Us. We're on TikTok right now. It's pretty beneficial.
But okay, so you got this, but how many people were harmed in the making of America as it is today?
Yeah, I mean, things happen to make things happen.
Okay, so for your personal comfort of being able to sit in your house on your iPhone or Android, sitting in a box on TikTok, it was beneficial even though millions of people were harmed and unalive to get you here?
Yeah, let's talk about human history.
That's the most entitled thought I think I've heard in a while. Like why
that's crazy. That's crazy.
Like why are you entitled to do with this while millions of people were unalive to get you there?
It's not entitlement when you like do something to make it happen. Entitlement would be sitting around waiting for it to happen. So America as a whole,
millions of people.
Yeah, I understand you're like pointing me out specifically because I'm talking right now, but we're talking about America as a whole. America has done things to make things happen, and no matter which empire, which dynasty, which civilization you point to, this shit happened all over the fucking world. So to sit here and say that America's entitled because America made shit happen, America pushed innovation and the progression of the world is absolutely wild.
Because every day,
especially a country you benefit from, even if it's not the best benefit that other Americans are getting, every American is benefiting from
How am I benefiting
the history of art.
How am I benefiting?
Are you kidding me? That's entitlement.
No, tell me. I'm asking a question. Give me an example of how I'm like benefiting from.
Yeah, do other countries? Does everybody have a phone? Let's talk about the thing that you're making money off of.
Most first world countries have a phone.
Yeah, how many first world countries are there?
I mean, honestly, even Cubans have phones, and that's not even a first world country. Okay,
what about third world countries? Does everybody have the ability to have a phone?
What is Cuba ranked at right now? Most third world countries, they have phones now. Like it's like necessary.
No, they don't.
Okay, where do they not?
Everybody.
Give me a country that doesn't have phones.
Does not have phone.
What country doesn't have phones?
I'm not saying that there's no phones at all. I'm saying the majority of the people or everybody doesn't have a phone.
Let's start fact checking.
People in poverty in America have phones.
Yeah.
People living
you have to have
America
a phone.
Have phones.
In today's age, you have to have a phone.
You think all of the countries in Africa, people there have phones? You think all of the countries in Asia?
Okay, so right now I looked up. No entire country is what I looked up internet over phones because I wanted to see that first. No entire country is completely without internet. So let's start that. Okay. What countries do not have cell phones?
T-Bone there.
There are
T-Bone?
no countries in the world that are completely without cell phones. Mobile
Yeah,
technology
nobody
is
said
present in
completely.
every single country.
Nobody said completely.
Right, but no, so I'm asking you, so where is a country that the majority of people don't, or even the, like a
Thailand.
large group of people don't have phones?
Thailand.
Okay, let's check.
I just
Do
fact checked
people
it. That's how I was able to
in
bring it up. The
Thailand,
majority of people don't have, but they believe that they shouldn't.
contrary to the idea that people in Thailand do not have cell phones, they are actually among the most connected in the world, with roughly 86 to 94% of people owning phones and spending significant time on them. Mobile networks 3G to 5G are widespread, and smartphones are ubiquitous, ranging from high-end iPhones to mini Android options. Thailand is one of the top countries in Southeast Asia for mobile phone usage, with many inhabitants using mobile for most of the day. Almost everyone has a smartphone, and they are used extensively for
What source are you
communication,
reading?
internet access, and entertainment.
What source are you reading?
This is just the AI overview. Do you have a better one?
Well, it's like I said, parts of Africa and parts of Asia. That's exactly what I said.
But that's not true.
So,
I'm looking it up. Give me a
South
country to look
Sudan.
it up.
South Sudan.
Okay,
Look up South Sudan. See, 12.7% of people have phones. North Korea, 23.2% of people have phones.
Where are you getting this? What's your source? I'll look it up.
Pew Research.
Pew Research.
You have cell phones in North Korea? Get out of here.
So that AI overview would be pulling from Nation Thailand, Bangkok Post, Alibaba, Telenor Asia.
Yeah, so
Tanzania, 13% have smartphones.
How about PubMed?
Kenya, 30% have smartphones.
But the point is, in this, you're acting like because we have phones, we somehow have something that other people don't have, and that's simply not true.
What? No, that was one example of an entitlement that you have.
Okay, so give me another one.
Plumbing. How many third world countries don't have good plumbing?
Okay.
Water. How many countries in Africa do we hear about? Then
Are we saying it's a byproduct of colonization or capitalism?
I don't know anymore.
Yeah, what's
well, I would say this started off as a byproduct of colonization.
Yeah, I also don't know why you're making a Cold War reference to describe colonization. I mean,
who made a Cold War reference?
When you say third world, that's referring to countries that were not involved in the Cold War. So
she brought that up.
The countries that were part of NATO were first world. Countries that sided with Russia were second world, and countries outside of the conflict were considered third world.
Hey Moon, who brought up first world countries?
I think you started saying third world.
No, I think Bex did.
Pretty sure.
Because he said, most first world countries.
What I said is that all first world countries and even third world countries have. But you were the one who went to third world after I said first world, and I said even third world countries have cell phones.
Thank you. Right. After.
Right.
After. Thank you.
But he's still responding to that. I don't know why it matters who said what first.
Because he said I brought it up.
You made the claim that third world countries don't have access to cell phones.
Okay, and if I said third world, it was in response to you saying first world. So
right, but that doesn't matter in the conversation. I bring it up? No one matter. It doesn't matter who brought it up.
Then tell him not to.
Okay, Moon, don't put it on Ligma. Put it on me from now on, because Ligma gets really offended if you say he brought something up that someone else brought up.
That's real cute, Bex. I said then tell him not to talk about things that don't matter in the conversation.
Wow.
I'm gonna do whatever the fuck I want. All right.
Oh. Uh-oh.
Yeah, you tell him, Little Moon.
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna need
you to talk to Bex like that? That's
I will
crazy.
tell him, but not
would you
because
talk
Bell
to Bex
told
like
me to
that?
tell him, because I want to tell him. That's why I'm going to do it.
Why would you talk to Bex like that? That's crazy.
I'm not a sensitive little bitch. Moon could talk to me like that if he wants to.
Little Moon's on one today.
Yeah. Yeah.
Johnson, you home?
Yeah, I mean, I would say overall, our country is a pretty great country to live in, and I would attribute this to the process being started with colonization.
And I think it's funny that Americans would sell their souls for a fucking cell phone because, like, God forbid we get some fucking healthcare or affordable housing like most other first world countries have.
We have healthcare.
Like, we have. I was still talking. We have cell phones, so, right, and internet. So we must be the fucking best.
Yeah, I mean, people sign up for healthcare on their cell phones.
Well, I have a question for y'all then. How many of you here are willing to give it up?
Yeah, I'm not giving this shit up.
Me.
Who's gonna give it up? Because I ain't giving this shit up. I wouldn't be here.
Me, T-Bone, the host. I give it up.
Well, then buy a ticket. Get out of here, T-Bone.
You'd even give up. Hold on, T-Bone would give up even his pew-pews. You don't count.
Wait, but T-Bone, where would you go then?
I guess my question is.
That's a good question.
I guess my question is.
Hold on, officer.
Well, go ahead.
Hold on. I want to answer to that, T-Bone. If you're willing to give this up, where are you willing to go that's better than this? And if there is a spot, why haven't you done it?
Well, I don't think there's a place that's better than this. It's not clown.
Okay, thank you.
I'd be willing to give it up to go to another place.
Yeah, but where? Where would you be willing to give this up to go?
Where?
Congo. Nigeria's another good one. You go to Lebanon.
No, you're so full of shit.
Lebanon. No,
why wouldn't I want to go? Why wouldn't I want to go to the Congo?
Because you could have already given this up to go there, and you haven't.
Nope, can't do that. That's not a true statement.
Why?
Because I have too many things here within America that I have to deal with.
Then you're not willing to give it up.
I'm a poor, right?
Yeah.
So I don't have enough money to be able to buy a plane ticket and give up my entire life. I also have people here that depend on me as well. So I can't just up and leave.
So why are you only doing $2 for 5 minutes, dude? You gotta rent that shit up.
Because I'm not a greedy son of a bitch.
Well, no, it's not about being greedy.
I would actually argue
$1 a minute's reasonable.
We've probably accomplished more without colonization.
How? We wouldn't be here without colonization.
Right, but like if we were to continue like with that, like with colonization, like let's say today we started colonization again. Mm-hmm. I would think we'd have way more headaches. Like you would have to crush unruly populations. It would be very expensive to militarily dominate entire regions of the world. Eventually, other powers like China, Russia might get involved. Like I think you make it like a messy situation in today's world.
Oscar, do you think there's any colonization going on in the world today?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that the biggest way people colonize today is through like intereconomic and like dependency. So like China really bought its way into Africa by duping them in the One Belt, One Road initiative, which was a massive interest failure for the Africans. But like, I guess it depends on you're talking about colonization. Like it seems like with Trump or like the modern theory, people want to go back to physical force. That's just not feasible anymore. If you're telling me we should like financially manipulate the world or or for use financials to get our interests met, I don't really care about that.
Wait, but that's not fair. Wait, officer, that's not fair because if you bring up Trump, and I don't like Trump, right? But if you bring up Trump is trying to, I don't think when it comes to Greenland, he's not trying to do that by force. He is trying to do that economically. Would you agree?
Yeah, does
he's trying to.
Yeah, so like,
anybody want to debate Bluebell?
Does anybody want to rotate out? Wait, do I what?
Oh, never mind. They said something different. Sorry.
Well, T-Bone challenged me, and then he took it back.
That was nice of you, T-Bone.
Yeah. Does anybody? What do you mean that was nice of him? What are you trying to say?
No, finish your thought. Rotate out for what?
What are you trying to say?
Finish your thought.
Does anybody want to rotate for TG?
If I hear rotate one more time,
so I'll drop.
She's so easily distracted.
Thank you, little moon boots.
Yeah, so like you bringing up Trump, I don't think Trump is trying to colonize forcefully because he's trying to do Greenland under an economic deal. I mean, if you want to consider what he's doing in the Middle East right now with a regime change, sure. I mean, but I don't think that's the same thing.
If I pull out a firearm and I tell you I want to negotiate on how much money you get to keep in your wallet, is that force or is that still just a conversation?
Okay, before I answer that, to clarify, because maybe I missed something, did Trump ever make a threat like that when he
Yes,
made the deal?
he said that military force is not off the table when it comes to the acquisition
That's
of
not fair. That's disingenuous.
Because it comports with my reductio perfectly.
Sure, but it's disingenuous, and here's why: because at no point would you ever say, in any kind of situation, strategically wise, would you ever say that it was off the table? There would be no point that you would ever say that.
Okay, but
I would say,
okay, wait, hold on,
to answer your question.
But to Puff's point, that's true. But then you can no longer divorce him of using force. Threat of violence is force. That's coercion by other means.
Wait, but saying it's not off the table is not threat of force.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
It kind of is. It kind of is, and I can see where you can make that debate. I can see where you can make that argument, right? But I would also say, in to what Puff said, that the use of force on the table is already there.
I don't think it is. Right? I
think you could make that argument though, that anytime a superpower makes a deal, right? Like you could make the argument that the threat of force is always there.
I think that the threat of force between people inherently exists, but doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be
inherently. That's the word I was looking for.
Right, but it doesn't have to be inherent in your position of diplomacy. So, for example, if I go to a car dealership and I want to negotiate the price of a vehicle, I could just beat his ass and take the car. That is a reality we could all live through. But if I walk into the dealership, we negotiate a price, and I leave with keys in hand, that's just diplomacy. But if we're negotiating, if we're negotiating, and I say, you know what, I don't like the price, and the guy says, well, I don't know what to do about that, sir. Well, neither do I. But I'm not ruling out using force to take this car from you. That immediately inserts violence into the negotiation. Immediately.
Well,
I understand.
Make an offer. You can say make an offer.
Well, you don't make offers with violence.
I understand.
Those are demands.
So I would say, officer. So to be fair, I would say I understand the argument you're making, and I wouldn't deny that. I wouldn't say that that's exactly what's happening, right? Well, I wouldn't say that he's like, even if he made the threat of force, he's not using force to do it.
So wait, okay, so wait. So all right. Hey yo, Puff.
You're gonna say wait.
Puff, if if a man who's 6'9" walks into a car dealership and he says, I would like this car.
I'm immediately
but I don't want it for this price. But he doesn't want this price. Versus I'm walking out of here with this car today and it's gonna be for this price. Do you receive that those two things are different? Do you perceive those two situations as different, Puff?
Well, I need a clarifying question. Does the car dealership also have the same weapons that you would say that's on the table that you would use? Are they just there with cars and I'm just there with weapons?
They're just there with cars.
There's just two people. No, wait. What I presented to you is a large man versus a regular person, right? He's just a very large man. That alone could be seen as, I guess, a weapon in this scenario, right?
Yeah, I'm not even going to entertain that question.
Why not?
Because it's a disingenuous question.
Well, no.
You're gonna run into the grocery store. Thanks for having me up, T-Bone.
I want to be very. Hey, Sportsman, you have a good day, Sportsman.
No problem. See you later.
I want to be very clear, though. Greenland does not have an independent military. It does not have an independent military. So the example was given is correct. If I walk into a dealership and they have no weapons, they have no way of defending themselves other than possibly using their natural weapons, hands and feet.
Wait a minute. I'm confused. I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. I thought you were talking about Iran, but I'm not aware that Trump over the Greenland deal that declared military not off the table. I don't know if he's ever talked about military action in Greenland at all.
100%.
He did.
Can you
But
show me how to find that, please?
I was talking about Greenland as well this whole time. If you want to talk about Iran, now I'm going in, I'm pew-pewing up your car dealership, and then I'm saying, so how much are we going to do this deal for?
something wrong
Johnny,
with
you're
your mic,
robotic.
Really?
You're
Hold on a
robotic.
second. Hold on a second.
demonic spirit.
Can you hear me better now? Can you hear me better
Yes,
now?
thank God.
Okay. All right. So for Iran, it's walking up to the car dealership, pew-pewing the car dealership, and saying, hey, now are you ready to make a deal for the price that I offered you? That's still not a negotiation.
Yeah, okay, that's great if you start in the middle of it, but you don't start at the beginning when you just want to pick a starting point. So when you was having negotiations before and you stand on a negotiating table and you say you won't achieve anything militarily that you couldn't, you won't achieve anything diplomatically that you couldn't militarily, well, that just makes negotiations what at that point? But you want to start after that with that analysis you give.
Wait, run that back one more time. What are you trying to say?
I said you started because you're starting after a point when you make that claim that we went to the dealership, blew it up, and then said we're going to deal. But what about prior to that, when you're at a negotiating table and the other person says you will not achieve anything diplomatically that you could not militarily? Then negotiations are pretty much over at that point.
It sounds like you just can't buy this car.
I would also say that if you do things that make people feel in fear for themselves, these could also be taken as like there's things you can do. So we have reporting now that Greenland was receiving from Denmark explosives and bags of blood. They were going to blow up their own runways because they were so under the presumption that Trump was going to invade them with force because he said it so much. He said that force was not off the table. So Greenland flew emergency blood bags to expect heavy casualties and explosives to blow up docks and runways to prevent land and air incursions because he threatened them so much. That's force. In any negotiation, if I make the negotiator fearful for his own safety because my behavior and rhetoric is so erratic and threatening, there's force on the table. I don't have to make a direct threat of, oh, I'm gonna come over there and I'm gonna blah 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 blah. That's just like such a lay version of looking at it.
And officer, and the reason why I wanted to offer that the person was a big person, right, is because the U.S. military is always seen as a threat, right? Just like if you were to if LeBron James became a boxer, he just walked into a room at any time, people are gonna look at him like, oh, he's dangerous, right? But just because he's dangerous doesn't mean he can't negotiate for a fucking car. It's only when he says,
Wait, hold on.
To just take this shit from you is when he becomes where you go, oh, wait, that danger, he's starting to turn that danger towards me. And it becomes less of a negotiation, more of something.
Officer, I want to see if that logic is consistent, right? So, like, what if your mere presence comes off as threatening and makes people intimidated and act a certain way and fearful? Your mere presence does that. Does this hold the same?
No, that's why
it's still your fault.
You still have to create a situation in which you are willing to act on it, right? Where you have to make a statement that puts you in a position that people believe you're going to act on it.
Yeah, but
right?
No. I understand that. I understand the act of making a threat, but he added in when you make someone fearful or intimidated and make them act differently. Right? What if your presence alone is that threatening?
Well, I also qualified that, though, by saying you do or say things.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear that.
Right, but every scenario
in the room, that's doing something. I mean, I'm just saying.
You know what? It doesn't even have to be, officer. It doesn't even have to be a situation where they say something. You could just say, hey, like y'all could walk into a room and then they lock the door and then stand in front of it. That could be seen as a bit of a threat.
So I'll be honest. So like geopolitics, foreign policy, all this shit. This isn't my forte. I'll discuss it, but y'all definitely know more than I do when it comes to this. But I don't think colonization at its core is inherently evil. I don't. There's no way you're going to make me think this.
Do you think that colonization happens by force or without force?
Automatically happens by force.
Okay, it's automatically wrong then.
No, is all force wrong?
Whenever it's unjustifiable. Do you think it's permissible to deprive people of their property?
Subjective though, when you're saying that, when you ask
hold
the
on.
No,
question.
no, I'm just having a rights argument. Like, do you like if I walk into your house and I say, "Wow, you sure have a lot of shit that I need, Ligma," and I pull out a weapon and I say, "Get out," and I move my family in, is that permissible underneath like the law of like property rights? Would that be permissible to you?
Well, it would depend on what laws are set in place.
It would depend on nothing. There are property laws set in place for that specific
They're
argument.
inherent. Thank you. They're
But
inherent through
it's
natural law.
inherently
Yes.
wrong.
Yes. Thank you.
How?
Property laws are inherent.
Where are y'all gathering this from?
Property.
Where y'all gather?
I'm gathering it from the philosophy of rights. Property rights are, well, rights in general are inherent. So again, island theory, right? If I'm on an island by myself, there are no rights. But if I drop you, Ligma, onto the island with me, there are rights. If I build a hut and you build a hut and we never had communication, and I walk over one day and I push your hut over, gather the materials that you used to bake your hut with, go back to where my hut is and expand my hut, did I violate your rights? Did I violate you?
Okay, so I remember having this a small discussion with Austin. You were there. I remember this. So, and he said something that struck me as weird. So I want to see if you think the same thing, right? Because you're making the same argument he did. So he used an astronaut in space, right? So if an astronaut is alone in space and you believe rights in general to be inherent upon human interaction, does that mean that the astronaut in space has no right to life?
Wait, give me that one more time.
Okay, so his scenario, what he brought up, a astronaut in space alone, and y'all are talking about rights are inherent upon on the requirement of human interaction, right? So are you telling me that a astronaut alone in space does not have a right to life?
That would
wait
follow.
Wait, hold on.
That's why this is the scenario that y'all laughed at me about.
I can work with it.
Yeah.
There isn't, the right doesn't become a duty or permissible until he engaged with another being. So this would be like asking me, if a meteor strikes the astronaut and blows him into a billion smithereens, was he violated? No, that's just a natural occurrence. He was foolish, and a meteor struck him. If another being interacts with him and disables his and takes his life somehow, unjustifiably, because I don't think all
disables his spaceship and takes his life because he disabled his spaceship.
Right, because I don't hold the position that all unaliving is wrong, just unjustifiable ones. So, but
but who's the arbiter? If I could, officer, that's what I said. What is subjective? Who's the arbiter of justified?
He's using philosophy.
Well, we have laws and checks and balances and all of that in place.
This is
in the United States specifically.
I want to hone in on.
We're not talking about.
We're not talking about laws. He's talking about philosophy, and I want to hone in on this because I when I was talking to Sports Mom about it, right? When I was trying to go over it because I was really working this out in my head. And I was really trying to figure it out because it was a very interesting conversation. Is it the interaction with humans or interaction with any being?
I would argue the interaction with beings.
Okay, so then does this hold true? If I interact with an animal, does the animal then have property rights?
Yes, that we can violate. Yes.
Okay, so then is it okay that we violate animals' property rights?
No, that's not okay.
Okay, so then us being anywhere that isn't our natural habitat would be an issue for you.
Mm-hmm. If it requires the destruction of the habitat of the animal, then yes, it'd be it's not permissible because animals are moral patients, not moral agents. They don't have the ability to communicate with us and to be certain. But what they do have is the ability to struggle, suffer, and die as a result of our behavior. And if we do that without justification, we are wrong because they are the patient. Yes.
Right. So then can you prove to me that as humans migrated across the world, that they did not fight animals for the places that they settled down in.
We did, and it was wrong. We
you're
did
saying
do that.
that was wrong from the get-go, right?
From the lens that I would look at this through, there's a lens of cohabitation where we could acquire like land through self-defense. Like, for example, if a bear settles near me and not wants to fight, and I unalive the bear, well, the structure it built doesn't really serve a purpose anymore because I've unalived the bear, but it aggressed me. I didn't aggress the bear. But what we have done as humans is we have annihilated entire ecosystems for the simple process of just expanding. So we were the aggressor, and the lesser life form just can't defend itself. This would be no different than if an alien came and blew up Manhattan because, well, it wants the rocks. I would say, well, that's fine. Maybe we could negotiate it for the fucking rocks. But you unaliving, 10 million people, that's a violation of our rights. You aggressed upon us for no reason.
So then this probably doesn't entirely
to be clear, make this easier. I view the world as a shared habitat. The planet is one system. Okay. Go ahead.
I understand that. So in me asking this is probably going to get some chuckles because it probably doesn't entirely have to do with it. Do you reject the premise of survival of the fittest?
How are you using it?
So the strongest survive.
Not like necessarily, no.
Okay. So do you not require a justification or proving your rights?
What do you mean?
So like you said, if we were on an island, right? And there's another being and y'all made huts. There's no way to prove that you have property rights. You just believe that they are what they are and nobody has the ability to invade or I'm not thinking of the word right now. What's the word I'm looking for? Like stomp on or trespass. What's the fucking word?
Tread on.
Not tread on, but we use it all the time, and I'm having
here. I see what you're saying. I would say in the absence of like a formal government, like underneath natural law, we would prove rights through human reasoning and like the inherent compass of like it becomes self-evident. Is basically where like it's all through reason. So like my scenario earlier about the hut, you would reason with me and say, wow, maybe I don't want to take his things because if we insert a third person and they come and take my things because they're bigger than me, survival of the fittest, I don't like that. I don't want that. I can't survive that way. This automatically diminishes my ability to not struggle, suffer. So like we would all reason together that theft is going to be prohibited. You can't just come take my shit. That's wrong.
Where laws come into play.
Yeah, and that was going to be my next question. So, in your worldview, what takes precedence? Philosophical inherent rights or government given rights?
Philosophical and inherent rights, because the government should be built and manifested to be like the policer of what's permissible. So if you steal from me, someone should punish you, but it doesn't have to be me per se. It can be the government. You see what I'm saying?
No, and I understand that. But when it comes to philosophy is simply an idea. You can't, like, what if someone doesn't have the same philosophy as you? You can't say that your view on rights is objective.
This happens. Well, this happens. They would have to just incur the social punishment. Like this happens every day. If you grape women and you say, and you're caught and you say, well, I don't recognize bodily autonomy as a right. I'm stronger than them. And we all say that's completely unreasonable. No one here accepts that. We put you in jail because you violated the reasonable ethics of our society that we.
I think that's when morality kind of plays a point in it. What is morally wrong or not wrong?
Yeah, I agree, but now place that scenario right on your 2-man island, right? So at that point, what becomes the arbiter of what rights are real and what aren't?
The right, well, one, the rights that are real, the rights that are the most inherent, most reasonable, which is my right to my bodily autonomy, my right to life, which can be displayed through resource gathering and securing, and my right to self defense. Those are all like inherently reasonable.
I understand what's reasonable, but what I'm saying is, if you're placing this philosophical view that you have about rights, right? This is how you view rights, and you're on an island with you and one other person,
mm-hmm.
and they violate what you believe to be your rights. What's to stop them?
It's not what
saying no. I reject that.
Well, it's not what I believe. It's just what's true. So, like, for instance, a natural right is like, I have a natural right to liberty. I'm allowed to be on the island. I'm allowed to walk around this island. I'm allowed to gather coconuts on this island, unless, let's say, the coconuts are your property. Then I can't steal from you.
Okay,
right? You start getting into those things.
I follow that, but I think where Ligman's going with this, it's just you and the other person on the island, and let's just say his natural right. Say I got the right. I naturally have the right to take your stuff, and so you just share different views about what your natural right is. What say then?
What's his qualifier? Yes. What's his qualifier that theft is a natural right?
But again, that makes you the arbiter of whether the qualifier is legit or not. That makes you the ultimate arbiter over everybody in that situation.
It violates the laws of reasoning.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but wouldn't that go back to a moral?
No, I'm not.
Wouldn't that go back to a moral stand ground on what's morally right or morally wrong?
Let me ask you this. So, if you took this position, right? If you took this position, and another person comes on the island after you've, let's say, taken my life because you felt like it, and another person begins to beat you with a coconut, would you still grant the same? Would you still grant the same permissibility that it was reasonable that on this sunny Sunday you were now being beaten to death with a coconut? Would you still grant the permissibility of that action, or does that become bad now?
Well, if you're adding a third.
Wait. No, I'm not adding a third person. I'm adding another one person, because you've already taken my life, so it's just you. So like earlier, I was God. I dropped another man off with me. I'm gonna be God and drop another man off with you.
Damn, why would you do that?
If I beat you with a coconut unprovoked on a nice Sunday, and I'm beating you to death, is that somebody seriously answer this? Is that permissible to you? Do you think that's permissible? That's allowed. That's fine. It's okay. Just yes or no?
You know, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm torn, right? Because
that's insane.
What
do you mean you're torn?
I'm torn because I understand. I'm not gonna lie. No, it was the Sunday. It was how
it was the sunny Sunday.
Here. I'll give you something to look up.
Hold on.
Okay, go ahead.
I want to get this out because
go ahead.
I feel like the arbiter of justification, right, to prove whether something holds true or not in the natural world is force, right? Because if you look at the way the world works naturally, it's I mean, like, we can be honest, like out there in the wild, right? It's survival of the fittest, right? It's not. And I understand I'm using this example with animals that don't have the moral thought process we have, right? But when I think about nature, I think about justification, right? And I to me, the one thing that justifies or enforces anything is force, right? You can't. In order to have rights or in order to have laws, you have to be able to enforce those.
That is true, and that's where I agree with you. So again, I go back. So the concept of law, so the laws of reason, or like people can look this up if you want the actual thing to look up. It's lex recta,
All right, LEX.
Hold on. I'm typing it in. Hold on,
Go
I'm
ahead.
typing in. You said Lex
Recta. Recta should be like RECTA or some shit.
Yep.
Okay, so within Lex Recta,
is this a book?
No, it's it's the law of reason.
Okay.
It's an ethical, like, legal framework. I mean, but within that you have natural law foundation, or recta ratio. Recta spelled the same, and then you have ratio, RATIO. Right.
Here's where I only think that.
Yep.
Wait, hold on, Puff. I'm building to something here, because Ligma actually nailed what I'm getting to. Underneath recta ratio, law and rights have to be, underneath Kantianism, I could get to that if you want me to, it all has to be reasonable. So I would argue it's unreasonable in a society. Let's just go, no government, just a society. Just a group of people living in a place. It's unreasonable if you can beat me to death with coconuts because you want to.
I would agree with you outside.
Yeah, okay.
I would agree with you.
What governs that right is my inherent ability to defend myself against your aggression, and the ability of my society, let's say another group of people, to beat you to death in return with coconuts because you're trying to unalive me. Force is force. That's what government is. Government is force, the monopoly of violence.
Correct.
Yes, it all works because of force. I agree with that. But let's go back to way earlier. That's why I disagree with the original premise. You don't have a right to use your force, though, to aggress upon other people and take their shit, i.e., colonization.
But again, okay, so then when we have to define colonization, because we could argue that
my bulldog over here getting it.
So, officer, I don't know. I don't disagree with you, but where I would disagree with you, when it's just two people on an island, that doesn't apply. It only applies to the third and the fourth person, because at one point, because morals are subjective. You would agree?
They're also reasonable, but yes.
But they're subjective, and you're deciding what's reasonable. Even reasonable.
Oh, morals?
Is subjective.
No, sorry, morals are subjective. Rights are not. Go ahead.
Right, and even reasonable is subjective, because what you might think is reasonable and I might think is reasonable are two different things, and we would need 3, 4, and 5 to collectively come together, and that's why I said outside of 2, the collectivity of it all was how you could determine what's reasonable. But if it's just me and you, there is no determining. It goes back to what Ligma says. It's just the law of nature then.
Yeah. Hold on. No. The law of nature is what I'm citing, because again, I would have to ask you, and if you're being honest, if we're both on an island and I walk up and I start beating you with a coconut, do you believe that my aggression is reasonable? Just give me an honest take. Don't try to like fucking steel man me.
So in this scenario, no. So I would agree with you. In your scenario, no, it is not reasonable.
Okay, and I would agree too. Now we have rights.
Yeah. So hold on. No, hold on. So this is why I've read this before. I'm starting to remember. Thomas Aquinas, right? What did he say? An ordinance of reason for the common good, right? If you can reason with something, then it's reasonable. All you have to do is reason with it. All you have to do is show reasons, right? So if you can show reason, if you could show that it's for the common good, right? If you can prove that colonization would be for the better than the bad, this would be reasonable. Would you agree?
Right, and to follow that, before you answer, touch on it. This me and you on the island, that same logic he did, and I realize there's only 3 coconuts left on the island. I can make the reasonable choice. I need them more than you do because the survival of the fittest. So I can justify beating you over the head with one of them so that I can eat it and you couldn't. And I can make that reasonable.
Would you? So with mine, would you agree with that? If you can prove that it's reasonable for the common good, then it's reasonable.
But that wouldn't be his assessment.
That would be.
No, it's not. He actually, you can probably look this up too. Hold on, I'm pulling from my memory. Stop. Summa Theologica, Summa Theological.
Well, hold on. Let
Some
me
shit
open
that he
another
wrote in the
tab.
13th. Yeah, some shit that he wrote in the fucking 13th century.
Wait, you said Summa.
Let's break down reasonable again, okay? I think it's important here.
Okay, let's break down reasonable.
Let's break down reasonable, because that in itself is because Ligma give you. I mean,
how would you define reasonable?
I think
But
Ligma
can I just ask what the subject is? Like, because I just saw, can black people be racist?
Ma'am, no, that's not the subject.
It's not the subject, man. I think Ligma just he presented it. I think he presented it to you well. So I'd like to listen to your response on that when he came at you with that.
Yeah. So
go ahead.
So if I can show that it's for the common good, right? And I could show that it's reasonable for the common good, would you then agree that it's reasonable? If I could show that colonizing, not all, but a specific scenario where colonizing would be better for the common good of wherever it is or whoever it is, would this now not be a reasonable act?
Not the force multiplier, no, because like Quintus wrote specifically that like in the time that he was in, they didn't have like all the colonization, but what he did write about was like native people and foreigners, as he called them, and he did write that they too retain natural inherent rights. So I would argue, if you thought that your neighbor had resources that you needed, you could negotiate and you could be persistent in your negotiation. But the moment you enact violence to acquire that's wrong.
Well, that's you. That might be wrong, but that's you deciding what's reasonable. Because I'm going to use that same. Okay. Let's go to the resources. Me and you on an island, and you have resources, but you don't have the physical ability to get them resources to make them useful for continuing. But I do have the physical ability to do it. But but you won't allow me to go forward. So if I use force because I have the physical ability to get that resource that you don't, would that be reasonable on my end?
Do I own the resources?
Yes.
It's unreasonable to use violence to take my things. Do you know what this is called?
That wasn't the question. Come on, officer. If you had the resources, but you did not have the physical ability, and we both needed ultimately we need the resources because to go forward, and you had the resources, but you didn't have the physical means to get the resources, but I did for the survival of us both, and you still refused, and I forcefully did that. Would that not be reasonable on my end for the common good?
Is our entire survival hinging on the resource?
Yeah, I described it fine.
I would say if it's my property, you're still violating my rights.
Again.
I don't have to ensure your survival, dude.
I put you right in the corner. You can't.
I don't have to ensure your survival. Wait, Ligma. You agree with? Wait. Stop. Wait, stop. Ligma, but you agree with that because you don't even like social safety nets. You agree that it's not my fucking job to make sure you survive. If you're gonna die, and I don't think I am, then it's fuck you. If you come over here, you're aggressing upon me. That's the reality.
Hold on, wait a minute. Hold on, Ligma, hold on.
I want people to realize that this right now, this tactic that is happening, there is a term for this, and it is called counter rationalization in philosophy.
Yes.
What you're doing is you're inserting, one, an absurdum. You're two, breaking the laws of rationale and logic to insert an illogical actor into a situation where we all can agree on a reasonable standard of living, and you're asking me to defend it. How about this? You're the illogical one. We kill you. You come to take my shit, I'm going to take your life.
Well, that's certainly.
I'm defending myself. You're taking my things. I'm taking your life in return.
Right. And that would be your right.
That's logical.
That's logical.
And that is okay. So we all have rights now. Right to self-defense. You can't come in my house and take my TVs. I can unalive you. It's my castle. My castle doctrine. Yes, we all have fucking rights now. I'm done.
Wait. Hold on. No, well, that's not the end of it, right? So I do agree that
seems like the end of it to me.
Yeah. No. Because I think I'm making a pretty good argument that when we're talking about reason and we're talking about logic, if it's for the greater good, and this isn't some arbitrary, extreme hypothetical, right? If it's for the common good, you would agree that it's reasonable.
Yeah, I think you have more of an argument. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think here, if I'm not trying to I'm not trying to be the steel man in the room. If it's just me and you on an island, our rights are a little more murky because it becomes a negotiation on what is reasonable. But as soon as I inject more people into our society,
yes,
those rights become highly solidified.
I agree with that statement 100%. I do.
Okay.
Yeah. Hey, I enjoy talking to you, officer, by the way. Notice how I don't get loud and crazy when we're talking. Everybody just thinks I'm sporadic all the time because I can have a good conversation with you.
Oh, yeah. No, that was great talk. Good build.
Let me ask you a question. Because I understand that you went over that rights are inherent. But what's the core of rights? Maybe I missed that. I don't know if you answered that and I missed it.
I don't really. So that'd be a question of like where rights come from, and for that, I would say I just don't care where they come from. It could be God, it could be the natural environment. I just don't care. Yeah, like it doesn't change what I believe your rights are, whether they're bestowed by God. The only issue there's logical inconsistencies if you want to airmark God or government that we could get into. It'd be absurd, but we could get into them. But I just don't care where they come from.
Okay.
Not a far off subject, officer, because he was in a live the other day that you touched on something that I touched on, but I think you're certainly more versed than I am, or at least you can deliver it in vocabulary better than I can, for sure. But when we was talking about the social construct of race, I'm not going to switch off and not tell the topic because you can give me a short answer and I'll be good with it.
Oh, we can switch if you want to, but go ahead.
Do you think that we could practice things to move away from that social construct that we don't? Would you agree that we use that construct more so than most other nations?
Yes.
And so we were getting pushback that you could never do away with that. It's here. And so under that ideology, then we're almost fueling a thing we say we want to do with it. Seems like we're fueling to keep it.
I think that I made this argument, which was fun because I've never had to make this argument before, but I argued with 50 yesterday that homosexuality isn't real. And in that we got into what we call the laws of language and how language creates pictures and those pictures create internal dialogue, definitions. And so if I never had a word anymore for a white person or a black person, I would never have a picture of what that person is based on my own biases or whatever. And I've never had an internal monologue on it. If people were just people and we just engage with people as though they were people and people had equal rights and people did not experience antagonisms and aggressions, you could begin to break down the barriers of race. We look different. That's true, but we're not different. We're not
9.9% not different.
Right, we're not different. My people just come from somewhere where genetic mutations were necessary to ensure our survival. That's it. But we are actually not different.
We're pretty different.
Not true. I'm brown. You're not. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. I mean, no. Well, I mean, I would say we're biologically different. I wouldn't say this is based on race, but people are biologically different. Like I would
1/10%. Yes, 99.9% of you is identical.
Well, no, I would say I'm biologically different from somebody who has what's it called? Coarse hair, coarse.
That's the 10th of a percent. That's the 10th of a percent. That's the part of the 10th of a percent.
So I would say we do present differently.
Yeah, your dick is small. I got it.
Only because of our environment.
TG,
only because of our environment. Would you agree?
TG, why are you always talking about my dick?
Bro, I never ever talk about your dick. Stop it.
Dude, you are always talking about it. You got to stop.
Stop lying. Stop lying. Pull the recordings up.
I don't know what you heard.
Pull the recordings up.
You literally just said something about my dick.
Pull the recording is crazy.
You literally just said something about my dick, dude.
Wherever I'm at, pull the recordings and see if I ever talk about your shit. That was just a cheesy, corny little joke I tried to throw in there.
It's weird, bro. Don't sexually harass me, man. That's weird.
Shut up, bro.
That's weird. And I'm not that thing. Don't call me that.
Shut up.
Oh,
See,
we've got to
I'm
do a new room to break
gonna
down a
need you
good
to do a better
conversation.
version of that.
Don't try
I
to
was up
play
there
it off
listening. I
like
didn't
you
see
didn't
you
just
made
talk
that
about a
sound.
dude's dick. All
It's
right.
you got to do better.
Why you sound so far away?
That was better. That was better. No,
Hey,
no, you're
officer,
horrible.
do you think that
Who
was
trying to do
reasonable?
that in the background, bro? That's weak.
That's my son.
Hey,
No, but it was
officer.
an interesting conversation though.
What's up?
No, it was an interesting conversation. Oh, I was about to say something. Fuck, I forgot. Ligma goddamn went on a fucking rant for a second. Fam, hold on, it's gonna come back. Hold on.
Damn, that sucks. Hey, officer, would you say that every... I don't know, Broccoli wants to bring this up. Would you say that every sexual act has to do with sexuality?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Look no further than rapists. Most of those men will tell you that they're not homosexual. It's just power and control.
Right.
Yeah.
Homosexuality's fake, folks. Don't let them fool you. It's all social constructs to divide the working class. Rise to the proletariat.
Well, somebody got an Android.
Spiff don't want this convo again. I ran fucking circles with this shit yesterday. It was wild. By the end of it, motherfuckers were dizzy, confused, second guessing the universe and life.
Wait,
I was tasting the color. I was tasting the color purple by the time I was done listening to it.
Hey, after that conversation, all I heard was all yeah. Okay, no, I got you. I'm glad you finished that up, Papa. What was that, Bill?
Which account do I? Which one of his accounts do I send it on? Because he's got so many.
Hold on. My boy is usually on. Send it to Descent Mikey.
Okay. I lost the whole thing from today. Today I can't even load it. Couldn't download or create clips due to your community guidelines violation. That live is gone. So the Scooby and Tony debate is gone unless someone else recorded it. There's got to be somebody who recorded it.
Tell me about it. Tell me about it, officer. I'm trying to understand what happened. How was it broken down?
If that's the case, Tony definitely won.
No, Scooby won.
Yo,
pull up the tape. Pull up the tape.
And wait, and the thing is, I missed the crash out. I missed Tony's crazy crash out.
Yeah, I checked out when that happened.
I don't think he really crashed out, in my opinion. He didn't crash out. He was just trying to.
He lost his mind.
So maybe I dropped. Maybe I got out of the live after that. But I know he was just trying to ask about the judge. Was they MAGA? Then he was trying to ask about did they understand his I guess opening statement. I feel like he was just trying to get clarification. I don't know.
Can someone tell me about his crash out? Because now I can't rewatch it. I don't have it.
Wait, hold on a second. Can y'all break it down for me real quick? Y'all break down the situation.
I don't have.
I wish we had the tape just so you can see, because like us explaining it is gonna be like, all right, you know.
Who's crashing out?
Well, no, so the first question is, how many points did the Snacks dude win by?
Well, so Bloodman had him winning by 1 point. And then oh my bad, F go.
No, I was just gonna say no. I was saying from my perspective while I was there, it did seem like I can understand Tony's frustration from getting critique, because I wasn't 100% sure. That's why, and I think it was you, Tbones. I was like, run the beginning of the tape, because it sounded like the argument changed for Tony mid debate, and then other people were critiquing the argument he never made. Is just what he was complaining about.
His argument was the defense
about what his stance was.
Yeah,
he told me that robbery and aggravated assault was within that stance because that's all that he had to prove.
Yeah,
what confuses me again is that I don't understand why you necessarily need that. I don't know if I'm not reading the law correctly. But you have a claim to self-defense, and then there's the unless portion, which says unless this happens, then you don't have this claim to self-defense anymore.
And that's why I needed.
And that's all he had to argue. So I was confused as to why the robbery aspect came into play.
That's why I needed the beginning, because his claim was not necessarily. He was like, "This is what he could do." Was his argument is like, "This is what he could use as his defense." He wasn't necessarily making a robbery or whatever or assault defense or in the debate. At least that's what he was saying.
Hey man,
So like the penal code
That doesn't
in
make
Texas,
sense to me, because if
I know
it
it
is
doesn't make
based off of
sense,
that, then anybody would say that. I don't think anybody would take up a position saying, "Nuh-uh."
That's basically what the debate was.
yeah, because once he got into the penal code and Scooby was pointing out, he was saying that he has a defense under these two things, or he was saying aggravated assault and aggravated robbery. I think he's brought up, right? And then that's when they started to argue, like, well, you have to prove that he robbed him. So that part, so that's what I feel like that's what I guess Tony got stuck at when he said the either the assault and the robbery. He has a case for those two. And I think that's when Scooby tried to push him, like, well, you got to prove that he has it, what happened like that. So
yeah, I think he wasn't trying to.
Tony can't debate though.
I don't think he had an actual opinion on the case. I think he was arguing from like a defense perspective, what he could use as a defense.
That's what I picked up on it. But as far as the points, I guess you definitely have to prove whatever you claiming. But I don't know if he actually claimed though. I don't think he claimed
because there was a number of times where there were people who won the debate that did not set their own point of view. I feel like, or at least didn't ground their point of view, and still won the debates because they were able to question the other person's point of view.
The Andrew Wilson effect, yes, I know of it.
And don't get me wrong, I know it's on the rubric, right? But if I don't know. Like I said, I wish I could have been there to see it. But so what we hear is that he only lost by 1 point.
No, Tony lost by a lot of points.
No, not true.
Tony got folded in his clothes. He lost by a lot of points.
Yeah, it was like two different, like the red room, blue room judge, and then I heard Blutman's rundown, which I didn't. I wasn't disagreeing with anything, but I don't know if the points changed overall, because I kind of left the room after that.
What's the Andrew Wilson effect?
Because Blutman had him winning.
That all you have to do is critique. You don't have to have a actual stance on the subject. All you have to do is critique someone else's, and then that's how you win.
Yeah. I fucking hate when Andrew Wilson does that shit. It's like you to debate somebody, you have no knowledge of the topic. You just sit there and have somebody explain it to you and say no.
Well, the reason why Andrew Wilson does that is because his worldview is associated with Christian nationalism, and that can be critiqued at a really high level. So, in order for his worldview not to be critiqued, all he does is challenge yours, and says, "I don't need to have a stance on this." And that's how.
Why can Christian nationalism be critiqued at a high level?
What do you mean?
I'm just asking what you mean by that.
Because the premise, right, that you would base a society solely off Christianity, right, and Christian values in the United States, that is a very easy argument to make, to critique. So when you say, "Hey, this is my worldview," and then you can say, "Oh, Christian nationalists believe this, this, and this, and this," and you don't believe and you don't live your life like this, this, and this. So why should that worldview exist if you don't even live by it? Right?
Yeah. I see what you're saying.
Like his insurrection debates, fucking crazy.
Wait, so Tony went up against Blutman?
Insurrection is based.
Yeah. No, he went against the Scooby guy.
Oh, Scooby?
Scooby Snacks.
That's not a fair fight.
I don't even know who the kid is. Now I do.
He won.
He's a little bit of a crash out, though. I'm not gonna lie. He's got to take that under control.
Yeah, but he
is
did
a little
pretty
bit of a
well
crash
for
out,
this
but
debate. I thought he was gonna flip, like go cuckoo, but he didn't. But can someone explain to me what happened with Tony?
He crashed out apparently.
Well, so we've been doing this whole time.
Yeah, but was it that bad?
too many people critiquing. I've been in that situation before. Too many people are
A
like,
lot of people was talking a lot of shit to him.
yeah,
So I mean that'll piss anybody off.
yeah.
They were talking kind of wild to him.
Yeah, they were talking shit, so he got frustrated. I mean, I don't think he crashed out. He was just trying to push back on shit. That's all.
Okay, what you don't think is a crash out, I think is a crash out.
No, I seen Tony crash out. He won't crashing out.
I can't believe I can't watch it. There's got to be somebody who recorded this. Spread the word.
Tony's high emotions.
And you not Ligma?
I wouldn't say I'm high emotions.
No, I remember when the bear and the man conversation. You fucking crashed out on that fucking conversation.
I did hear.
I never. Wait, hold on. I never crash out about that. I said I hope women do choose the bear.
No, it was one day that like it wasn't like a debate, but it was like you was trying to understand why the women chose the bear at one point, and then you didn't get it, and then a lot of women was at you, and you was like, man, fuck y'all, but that shit was funny. You didn't understand why they chose the bear. That's why, bro.
So I got a second one.
You got me confused with somebody else.
Officer,
like,
you guys should have a day.
Why would they choose the bear?
You guys should have a day where you got, again, Shaky versus BGB for the headliner, and then you have Bell versus Aqua about the man versus the bear.
Wait, who versus Aqua?
You said who?
Bell versus Aqua.
Oh, so you know Aqua.
Did y'all have the argument about that?
What, man versus bear?
Well,
man versus bear debate is nearly impossible.
That was like 2 years ago, though.
That shit is cancer.
That was like
that's a horrible. That is a
who came up with that shit, though?
Wait, how is the man versus bear even a debate topic?
Because I'm saying, who came up with it?
Yeah, that's not. It's not even.
To hit back on that. I hit back.
It's a joke.
I hit back with woman or alligator, because if you look at the stats, more women unalive men than alligators unalive men.
Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy.
I know, dude, that shit was good for a while.
The original stance of that is just basically, when it comes to a bear, you know what you're gonna get. When it comes to a man, you don't, and I think that's realistic to look at.
Do you know how many men? It was so weird that they picked the alligator. That was so weird. So they felt
because an alligator, you know what you're gonna get, but a bear with a woman, you don't. See,
listen, FG, when a man picks an alligator before a woman, that just says something about the man.
The man versus bear thing, that was a joke.
I never picked the bear.
It was a joke at first.
So the man versus bear thing has a little merit, but it's just a point, right? It's just a point. It's not a real it's not a real message behind it, right? It's, hey, men, y'all need to behave better, and that's really about it. That's what it is. And I agree with that, man. Like, there's a lot of creepy ass niggas out here doing creepy ass nigga shit to the point where women are concerned in the streets of New York like they are in the fucking woods where there's a bear.
But Shawnee, in all reality, in like real life, a woman had to make that decision. Do you think that any of these women that picked the bear on TikTok are really going to trust the bear?
I literally
this is where you missing it. That's where that's why Ligma crashed out, because he tried to go so hard.
I never crashed out.
You just don't remember
Ligma.
That's the whole
never crashed out.
Ligma, are you saying you've never crashed out before?
No, Ligma, you crashed out.
No. On that topic, I never crashed out.
On DACA's panel, you did, bro. I remember that shit.
Well, hold on, time out. That's not fair. DACA's panel was was practice for my persona on here. I crashed out every day for no reason on that.
Now he's giving excuses. Okay, gotcha.
Wait, no. You can ask DACA. You can ask DACA, because I would come up there and just immediately say something wild and crash out just so that they could kick me. You can ask DACA this. That's why he banned me from his live, because he was tired of it.
God, so are you saying that it was like role play? Y'all were role playing?
Yeah. I would go in there and just act a fool for no reason, just to get kicked off his panel. And he eventually, because Chris would always try to invite me up, and then I would immediately like call her, and they would freak out, and then I would crash out and they'd kick me.
Bad, Ligma.
They were like, it's he, and I was like, nah, that's a girl right there.
I'm telling you, the left is fake, man.
So, officer, I'm assuming that would be your debate strat. I think you did your debate strategy for the whole vegan animal rights thing.
Yeah. I got
Yeah, that was
I
pretty
got a
much it.
pretty strong strat for veganism.
No, it's okay.
Sav, that's a
Okay, that bitch
one.
gonna
Whether you
jam
like
when
it
we
or
do
not,
our
it's a one.
debate. Oh, do we pick an actual date and time? Can we do Friday? Like, can we do Friday next Friday, like 8:30?
If you give me just one moment, I can check my work calendar. Hold on. Currently in the middle of not trying to expire during this Arc Raider run. Things are getting hectic.
Ask your dog what it's dreaming about.
So, are we all also playing video games while we're on here debating people?
I only debate while playing video games.
I can't focus while I gotta focus on the game. I can't like talk to other people while I'm playing the game.
I've ever
The
played.
moment I gotta look some shit up, I'm fucking pissed. Right now.
Same here. Same here. But I'm constantly playing GTA 5 when I'm on here with talking to y'all. Like constantly. If I'm debating y'all, I'm probably playing GTA 5.
You'll know when I look something up because I'll be like, "You're fucking lying!" Like I start getting real mad.
yeah. I know that feeling.
The only video game I've ever played is, I don't even know if it's a video game. Y'all remember when the Wii came out? I was in high school.
Jesus Christ.
Do you remember the Wii?
Yeah, we remember.
Yeah,
I remember.
I played tennis.
Remember the Wii.
I played tennis.
It was getting
on that.
people to exercise. I get it.
Belle, have you debated anybody?
So far, leave me alone.
Dude, they're scared of her. They won't fucking do it. They're all scared of her.
On.
No, she's scared of them. She won't take no debates.
Shawnee challenged me, but it was like a fake, weird ass, mad challenge. That was just a stupid challenge. Because what were you challenging me on? You were just mad about me calling you out. And then T-Bone T-Bone just challenged me. T-Bone just challenged me, and then he took it back.
Yeah, he's scared. That's why he's scared.
Mel, what's something we disagree on?
The gay thing.
Oh wow.
What gay thing?
Oh wow. Just say it like that.
Oh wow.
The gay thing.
Yeah.
Like what?
Yeah, I don't agree with gay people's actions. What do you mean?
The gay thing that we were just discussing, that you agreed.
The gay thing.
Oh my God, that you said, okay, so my stance was that the stance was that straight men who grape other men are just gay, period. And you said you believe that it's
Not
a
all
power
of them.
dynamic and it does not make them gay.
Yeah, not all of them. Not
Okay,
all
well,
of them.
I say all
it.
of them.
Yeah.
All of them. Sodomy is gay.
Yeah, but I mean, we've already run that.
But how could you prove that shit?
How can you prove that shit?
Hey, Shawnee.
A dude and a dude is what?
No. You said no. You said I thought you were talking about the man and women graping is gay.
Hey, Shawnee.
No, so the stance was, some woman said on this panel a week ago, said that straight men grape other men. And I'm like, how are they straight if they're graping men?
Hey, all right, Belle, let me ask you a question. If a man stabs another man, right?
Uh-huh.
And this action of stabbing another man arouses him and he goes home and does what he does, is he gay?
Yes, he's gay.
Okay.
If anything of the same sex arouses you, you're gay.
Okay. So was it the man that aroused him, or was it the stabbing that aroused him?
Yeah, the stabbing of the man aroused him. If he was stabbing a woman and it aroused him, I wouldn't say he's gay.
Oh, that's an insane position to hold.
Wait, what?
Yeah. So
say that again.
If a man stabs another man, or let's do this. If a man stabs an animal, and that stabbing arouses him, and he goes home and does what he does, what is that?
That is
what kind of sexuality is that?
That is what do they call it? The animal thing?
Is that bestiality?
Bestiality, yes.
Okay, how is that bestiality?
Because he got sexually aroused by it.
By what? What did he get sexually aroused
by doing something to an animal, whether it be stabbing them, with unaliving them, or doing anything to them. If that arouses him, he is a beast.
Okay, what if
Bestiality.
okay, then what if the man, if they interview him and the man says, well, the animal was insignificant. It was the stabbing that was the pleasure. What would you call it then?
It's still bestiality.
Interesting.
There are, like I said, I gave you the perfect example. There are men that have spent a lifetime in prison, okay, and have never effed another man. What does that tell you?
I think it's interesting. Sorry, I wasn't listening. Say it again.
Okay, so there are men in prison who have never effed another man. Even they've been there years, a lifetime, unalived in prison, and they never effed another man. What does that tell you?
That would tell me they're not gay.
Okay. Yeah, there you go.
Okay. There are also men that have never messed with another man until they got to prison. What does that tell you?
It was in there. It was in there. That's why I'm really against, the whole experiment in college to find yourself, this liberal mentality dumb shit. You got to experiment in college to find yourself. If you don't try it and you don't like it, you have to try it if you like, right? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Okay, so
wait,
it was there.
Oh, never. I won't do it yet. I won't
Because
do it
you've
yet.
got men, you've got men that have were raped by other men, and it wasn't their thing. It just wasn't their thing.
No, go ahead, officer. Go ahead. I don't know what else I can say to try to help anybody understand.
Bell, okay, so were you here for the conversation I had yesterday with 50, Bell?
No.
I think so. You gotta remind me. I don't know if
I'll ask you the same question I asked 50 and see if you have a better answer. What is the purpose of labeling somebody a P3DO?
Because they are attracted and get off on doing things with children.
Right. And we consider that to be a violation of the child's rights, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. What's the purpose of labeling somebody a homosexual? What does that serve our society?
What do you mean?
Well, homosexuality, that's a label.
We're all labeled something. I'm straight. That's a label.
Okay, excellent. So let me ask you a question. If a female rapes another female and the female who's assaulted orgasms, is she a homosexual now?
No.
Okay,
because
why not?
Because she's not. Because there's women who have been raped by other men and have,
Because you're almost there. Because
I'm not.
If I told you that some functions of the human body are just involuntary, and your genitals are one of them, would you agree with me?
Yes.
Okay, so then homosexuality is not real, because the only thing that's happening is humans are making decisions to engage one another because they find some type of joy in it, and that's all that it is.
But for me, it's not just
real.
the attraction. For me, it's not just the attraction. It's you. So I'm not saying that it makes the victim gay. Absolutely not. The one that
I'm talking about consensual. I'm talking about consensual encounters now.
Oh,
it's still not homosexuality. Genitalia has an involuntary response to stimuli. If people find that involuntary response to be, with utilitarianism, satisfactory for them, whether they date this person or not, it doesn't matter. They're not homosexuals. They're just people that are engaging in pleasure-seeking behavior.
But if once you make that choice that you're gonna sleep with another woman or engage in that act, to me, it's gay.
Okay, so I'm gonna revert back to something we agreed on earlier. What purpose does the word serve you? Are they breaking a societal value? Is it illegal to be a homosexual?
No, there's nothing wrong with being gay. I'm just saying it just is a gay act.
Wait, but Belle, hold on, don't run away from this. Then what's the purpose of categorizing them as homosexual? Other than to point out the differences for the purposes of what?
I don't understand your question, because what is the purpose of even
discrimination is what is the word he's looking for.
But coming up with a question of or the idea to even discuss or say that a straight man can have sex with another man and not be gay doesn't make sense. Then why label anything or discuss
Exactly.
anything?
Thank you. Yes, exactly. Yes, they're dumb
Jesus
social
Christ, you fell
constructs.
into that shit.
I will tell you right now.
The entire point is to divide people into boxes, to get them to feel like they have something over other humans, to help divide.
So are you taking the stance that there's no such thing as sexuality then? It just is what it is. Whatever you F, you just F?
Underneath natural law, sexuality is fluid. People engage in pleasure seeking behavior because they're selfish and they don't necessarily care if that has an impact on your life or my life. And that's all that it is. It's just involuntary reactions to genitals based on pleasure.
Okay, well, we do have labels, and because we have those labels, in my mind, my mindset is if a man engages with another man, is gay.
And in your mind, that's
okay.
and in your mind, that's fine.
Officer.
Go ahead.
Hold on, officer. Let's take that definition you just said. Okay, say it again. Say it one more time for the class.
I don't remember what I just said.
Holy shit.
If
so
under your worldview,
if a man engages in sexual activity
with another man,
okay, what was the scenario I gave you? Do you remember? The scenario I gave you was a man stabbed another man and then went home and based on the feeling of stabbing that man, did that by himself. Whatever release he had to do. He did not engage with another man. He did not do anything. The simple pleasure of stabbing somebody is what aroused him, and he went home and did it. So, under your definition, he didn't engage with another man sexually. He wasn't attracted to another man sexually. He wasn't any of this. So, if the stabbing was the arousal and he did it by himself, what is that?
I don't know what the name is for being aroused by stabbing, but I mean,
okay.
I could hit back in two ways with that by saying he's just attracted to the stabbing, but to me as Belle, okay, if he's aroused by stabbing a man, he's thinking of that stabbing or that knife going into a man. To me, that's gay.
Well, hold on. I switched it up and then used an animal.
Sociopath. Thank you, Lens. He's a sociopath.
Yes, he's a sociopath. I'd agree with that, right? But what sexuality is he if it's not the man, the woman, or the animal that's significant? It's simply the stabbing that arouses him to sexual pleasure. What is that?
He's a confused
Jeffrey Dahmer. No.
He's a confused individual. Like, what the hell?
Okay. Now swap the stabbing, right? The pleasure of stabbing with power. Power is the sexual pleasure.
Do you think that a man will feel more powerful by dominating a woman or another man? Would it be easier to dominate a woman or a man?
Well, let me ask you a question. What would be the pinnacle domination, the apex predator or the inferior being?
Like, I don't even know what that means.
Meaning, in a physical altercation, which would be more dominating if you got over on the apex predator or the inferior predator?
I'd have to think about that, but it's still gay.
Okay.
It's still gay.
Who created that term gay? The way that we use it. I know it means technically happy, but who created that?
Who created gay?
The way that we use it, yeah.
I don't know that off the top of my head.
Why are you gay?
Who was it?
I don't know. I was actually trying to ask that panel because why do we say gay, right? Someone had to create the term.
Well,
Yes, yes,
because gay.
And it's
yes.
technically a social construct because like someone created
We're
race.
almost there, gentlemen.
Well, gay means happy, right? Technically, right?
Technically, yes, but
Okay,
why
Not in
do
so
other
America.
if
Not in
you
people?
look at
America.
if you kind
I
of
know,
look,
right? Who
can I
changed? But that's what I'm
can I
saying. Like, we got to
finish?
get to the
You
source. Who
asked me a
changed that
question.
way that we say gay is not
Okay,
happy anymore?
because
It's
with
someone who's
time,
homosexual,
so with
right?
time, usually most gay men that I've met, they're quite fruity and happy.
The root of the word gay, for anybody who's wondering, comes from, I want to say it was a Hungarian man, Kurt Benny. I don't remember his first name. He made the terms homosexuality and heterosexuality in Germany, and it goes into anti-sodomy laws. That was the first use of the terms. It was used to make
Is it
anti-sodomy
in
laws.
law? So is it basically used in law? So that's why that was people kind of use it and you use it in
And then
general.
and then we further adopted it to try to diagnose the law as more of a mental illness, and we go on and so forth from there.
Yeah, but I would say in our current climate, or in general under a traditional worldview, I would see homosexuality as like there's no utility of it.
I
So the
think I
transition of
I don't agree with that. I think people should seek to maximize the pleasure of their lives within like a legal confine, like a legal like constraint. So if that means that I can find that if someone is going to do stuff to me that I find to be at least pleasurable enough to enjoy, and I don't have to date them or whatever, then I'm well within my rights to do that, and you're well within your rights not to oppress me for those actions or label me differently for the use of oppression
That
or distinction or whatever you want to do with that.
that's fine under a individualistic viewpoint, but that's why I prefaced a traditional stance, right? So, like, if we're talking about um, replacement numbers, or population numbers, or even just traditionalism in general, I don't see for like the nuclear family, I don't see a utility for heterosexual, or not homosexual behavior, right?
True.
Because
And
like
go ahead,
because
sorry.
if our population is reducing faster than we're replacing it, then homosexual behavior isn't solving the problem.
Right, but I think in our current study, I would argue that there's just no evidence to suggest that the homosexuals are causing that. I would say that, like, you don't have to like it, and that's fine. There's a lot of things I don't like
True.
either.
True.
But the word was designed to violate the rights of people, and that's what I care about. That's all I care about in this
Yeah, no,
situation.
and I understand that, and I also wouldn't blame homosexuals for the decline in population. That would be crazy. I just don't think it's
Yeah, that's why, like, in America when we got Stonewall, people tried to categorize it as a riot. I categorize it as like it's a justifiable retaliation against your government. They're penalizing you for making bodily autonomous decisions, and they're oppressing you with the law of the state. You should rise up against that. You actually, it's your duty to rise up against the state at that point.
What's up, Linz? I know you got something to say.
Hey, really quick.
Here
So
it comes.
when it comes to your argument where you think it makes you homosexual, if you want to release or whatever. So the way the sociopathic mind works is that the unaliving or the violent act would be euphoric. It would cause some sort of euphoria, right? And
Yep.
like foreplay. And then you need a release, which would be your sexual. It's a physical
Correct.
release of some sort, right? So I
Correct.
don't necessarily think that if you unalive somebody, if you unalive a man or something like that, and then you go and, whatever, at the end of it, right? It doesn't necessarily mean you're gay. It means that you got off on, or you got euphoric in the act of unaliving something, which gave you the power or whatever, and then you had to physically
Correct.
release yourself. You're not, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you're thinking of that person in a sexual way.
Correct. And that was my whole point. And then if you replace the stabbing or the unaliving of a person with just the power dynamic itself, I don't think that all men great men out of the power dynamic to dominate the apex predator are homosexual. I don't think it's homosexual in nature. I don't think that the object I don't think the object is the sexual arousal. I think the power is the sexual arousal.
Okay, the power, but there's other ways. If it's about power, they could just chain them up instead of committing sodomy, or they could just unalive them instead of committing sodomy.
Go ahead.
All right, let me put this to you in a different aspect outside of sex. If I wanted to be the best basketball player ever, would I go beat the top woman basketball player, or would I go beat the top man basketball player?
This is. I think you're just trying to make justifications.
Can I call a commenter to the stage, please, really quick? Because Dee Dee disagrees with my assertion that people who are being oppressed by their government should rise up against it. Can you join and tell me why you want people to be actively oppressed by the state? I really want to hear that from a black person.
She said yo
from
mama.
a black person. I want to hear that.
What's the yo mama about?
I don't think she.
No, that's what she said. No, don't save her because she disagreed with me in the comments, and I asked her directly, "Do you disagree?" And my original
she says I agree with that.
Yeah. Oh, you do. So there is no disagreement. So what's the disagreement? I want to hear it. Because if you're going to argue that homosexuality as a term is real, that's weird
I agree with the other stuff you said before. So TG is right. He's not saving me. I agree with your definition of the word where it derived from. I agree with the whole Stonewall movement. I was fucking born in that, so I know all about that movement. And of course, we're supposed to uprise.
You're muffled, man.
I agree with that part. I disagree with the first part that you said. So
which
don't
is?
misquote me. You just read my tagline is all.
What's the first part that you disagreed with? I'm still
When
interested.
you were talking about why the word gay was created, where did it come from, and why? Well, it actually started from TG, and what TG was saying.
What TG say?
TG's question said, where did that word come from and who created it? Actually, there was a Pixie Boy movement in old Hollywood because, it was the gay follies, it was the gay this and that. So when they had the little twins working and if you're gonna be doing that noise, I'm not gonna respond.
The term homosexual, I looked it up just to make sure I was sure.
You say gay. You say gay, not homosexual.
No, I didn't. I know I didn't. I used homosexual.
For the record, I said gay. I did say the word gay.
That's what I'm talking about. TJ's question.
Can I have the big box, please?
And Liz, thank you for clearing that up. I totally agree with what you said. It's about.
I looked it up too. I got different times of period that it did come up.
Right.
But
Yeah.
the 1900s, like the 1900s, is really obviously how we use it today. But like it goes back into the 1800s.
Right.
Really.
Wait, but
it actually goes back to the 12th to 14th century.
Yeah,
and by the mid 1600s, it became loose and immoral. By the 1890s, it was used to describe prostitution, and the earliest 20th, it became code for underground for homosexuals. In the 1930s and 40s, that's when it really started, and then it started mainstream adoption in the 1950s to 70s.
Yeah, and they also
that's what I read too, Bex.
And they also, and to add to that, they also took it from when there was a Pixie Boy movement in old Hollywood. There were activists back then as well. So when the little twin boys as being feminine and being feminine, they took the word, gay Hollywood, gay Hollywood, meaning exactly like Belle was saying, and they applied that word to us.
Well, wait, I have a question though. So let's just say even I did give a different rendition of the word, and I cited its original origin. Why would you disagree with the origin of what I said? Though?
No, it's what you said, and like where did it come from? And you said that it meant to oppress or something like that. And I've been on the fence.
I said the word meant to oppress. That's not what I said.
Not necessarily oppress. What I'm trying to remember verbatim.
You said it was tied in law. In
Germany. Yeah. And we should, and it is a form of oppression. If you're saying that,
it was, I can read it.
They're encroaching on our rights, and the Stonewall movement, we had to uprise because, we were jailed. We had to go underground. We couldn't even have our clubs. They would come in, bust us, and arrest us for being who we are.
I'm going to assume we don't really have a disagreement. You heard me wrong. And let
Yeah,
me why.
my
Yeah,
point
that's why I
exactly.
said Didi coming up disagreeing with that. I'm like, nah, y'all on the same shit.
Yeah, and I'm agreeing with I'm agreeing with the uprising. I think it's how you word it and how you said it.
Sure.
So yeah, we agree. We agree.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah, and I think and people does this to me all the time, officer. They read my text so late they think I'm saying something opposite, or I'm not like tracking. But it's like when the conversation is moving, my tag just comes up, and you was like, "Oh no, did you disagree?" No, I wasn't disagreeing with you at all.
Okay.
All right, and thank you for the conversation. That was good. And I'm not weird, and I'm not a bro, so don't call me weird, bro.
It's still alive, bro. No way.
Stop it.
Thing's at 1,000 fucking hit points. Jesus Christ. My bad. Sorry from you.
Oh no.
Yeah, that was an interesting conversation, though.
Thank you, TJ, and I miss being on your panel as well.
I know I'm reconstructing my live. Didi, I'll be back on in April, like going live.
And you see, I've been working on my run and my overly being passion, so I'm still a work in progress.
You know you're always welcome to come through the live.
I love
All right,
that.
Bell. What else? Bell, what
So
else we disagree with?
What else do I don't know.
Can I say
You
something
gonna
I
to
get
don't
you
know
Bell?
you
one?
like that.
Bell,
What's up, Didi?
hey, when she was talking about what bestiality is, I don't think you know what bestiality means. When people are having intercourse with animals, it don't mean that they're a beast. That's not bestiality. It just means you're having intercourse with an animal. That's another label. It's just a term. It don't mean you're a beast. And if you want to say that a man gets aroused when they're unaliving animals, so that will put Don Jr. in that same class then. Because he's even said he gets aroused when he makes his unaliving.
you talking about when he's hunting?
So that
Yes.
dude was the white guy that was fucking a deer the other day. In Kentucky. So all right, it is a law if you have sex with a dead animal, right?
Yes,
Because the
and
guy literally got arrested for that.
Like I would just say, like, when you're going down that 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 framework, when you're talking about like euphoria that's caused by the unaliving and stuff like that, it might help if when you're talking about the release, when they're doing a sexual act after the fact, if you talked about like sexual acts and the chemical release that's in the brain, and how that works, because I think it would round it a little bit better, you know what I mean?
also
I agree. I agree.
yeah, to add to what Lance just said, also serial killers has also said that they actually not only do they get aroused, they actually release during the act as well. If that makes any sense.
I have a question. So, look, Ma, are you asking me questions to see if you can find something that? Are you trying to challenge me to a debate, Ligma?
Yeah. I'm trying to get you in on
Oh.
one. Look, the leaders of the red room, blue room can't be the ones not debating. That's not a good look.
Bro,
Why
I've been
don't you ask her if she thinks
trying.
women are second-class citizens?
I've been trying so
Ooh, that's a
hard.
good one.
You think you can win against me, Ligma?
No, I know I can. I'm just trying to get your name out there.
Bell's gonna dog walk him.
You don't need to get my name out there. I got my name out there myself. I just got lazy the past 2 years.
Oh, is that what it is?
It is. I was on point.
Do you still support Trump?
Yes, I support any American president. I don't back him though anymore. I don't back the stuff that he's been doing. I've been pissed off at him the past year and a half.
All right, never mind. All right, that won't work. Never mind.
Ask her about the second-class citizens thing.
Who's a second-class citizen?
No, you're a second-class citizen.
Because I'm a woman?
Well, you will be. You will be eventually. We'll get there. Let's see here.
Bell said she got tired of beating ass, so she had to go into retirement for a minute.
What about the Iran conflict? Do you guys agree on the Iran conflict?
So, as I said earlier on this, I think it was on this panel, I'm not good with foreign policy or geopolitics. So I don't pay enough attention to it. I just know I don't like Islam. Call me what you want.
So would you consider yourself to be like pro-America, pro-Israel?
So people say I can't be pro-America because I don't like the Constitution. I would change the Constitution.
What do you mean you would change the Constitution? You just talked about the 19th, bro.
Well, there's actually a lot of the Constitution I don't agree with.
Like what?
Like the First Amendment, the Second Amendment.
What?
Yeah, I don't agree with those.
You don't agree with the Bill of Rights?
Not all of it, no.
So you don't want free speech. So you don't want protections from the government for the people.
So the First Amendment, everyone always boils it down to the freedom of speech. It's not necessarily the freedom of speech that I have a problem with. And I think I covered this with you and other people when I was talking about the restriction of the production of pornography.
What?
Yeah.
So, officer, I think this is you were talking about authoritarian. Like you want to have the debate with me about authoritarian government. I think
your
what
mic is
Mr.
horrible.
is describing right now is why I think we should have that debate.
Oh yeah, whenever.
I didn't hear what he said. What did he say?
So how do you want to schedule that out? Because I'm gonna be honest with you, the vegan debate, I'd much rather not have because I hate it, but I want to have a debate against you. So if you would rather switch to next Friday and us have the authoritarian debate instead of the vegan debate, I'm down for that for sure.
Can you do the 31st first or the second, which should be like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday?
I can do. Let me see. My calendar.
Oh, y'all scheduling a thunder debate?
Hell no, we doing a lightning debate.
What's your pushback? Wait. What's your pushback on the First Amendment when it comes to pornography?
Yeah, I don't think. I think we should use laws to restrict people's ability to film and mass produce and sell pornography.
Why?
And we can't do it because pornography is harmful to men and women, and we can't do this as long as the First Amendment's in place.
Where is the source that points out that it's harmful?
There's plenty of sources. There's plenty of studies that show.
Just give me one so I can look it up now.
Okay. Are you pro or against pornography?
But it's regulated already. Like it's protected. It's protected to a degree. However, if it's like obscene or involves if it involves children, it's completely illegal, right? If it's obscene, then it's regulated. But also, one of the ways it's regulated is it's only available for adults.
I don't think it's illegal in Israel, though.
But the red states wants to make it like with the IDs and shit for like kids to verify. Well, not kids, but obviously like adults needs to verify so they can try to protect kids for trying to watch it.
Yeah.
That's the only laws that they recently pushed on it.
Right, but states can do that because technically it falls underneath the Commerce Clause.
Yeah, I get that part.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you could.
I wouldn't. I mean, you push for more regulation or something like that. But I mean, I wouldn't. I mean, you'd be giving up a lot by throwing out the First Amendment. You'd be. That's like trying to take away a steak, but you're burning down the whole house.
Yeah, that's what I was going to come in and
say what he just said.
Yeah.
Like, can we acknowledge that?
Yeah,
dude, you sound like you're underwater. No,
I mean, if we're talking about like the Constitution and stuff like that, I think we can agree that if you look at it in 3 separate sections, you have your 7 articles, which structures your government, and then you've got your Bill of Rights, right, which is your first 10. the 11th Amendment's okay, but once you get into like 12 through 27, then that's restrictions on the people that benefit the government. I would have issues with all of those, right? Because I don't think that they're needed nor necessary for our society to function.
That's not true. What you're describing isn't true, right? So, for example, the 14th Amendment 100% is not a restriction on the people. Right?
Wait. Yes, it is, because it's them dictating who is a citizen and who isn't, as to where that's not necessary.
Wait, hold on a second. Do you think that that's the only thing that the 14th Amendment attributes? And if anything, that's affording rights. It's not restricting anybody.
Okay, can you show me where voting rights is addressed in the Constitution prior to the 14th Amendment?
Wait, real quick before y'all go down.
Wait, hold on a second. Wait.
Sean, time out. Someone asked me for something. I'm trying to make sure I give it to them. Was it TG that asked me for the study? Is he gone?
Yeah, he wanted a source.
Yeah, there's an NIH study on the psychological effects to the brain habitation, reduced emotional connection, decreased sensitivity to real life pleasurable stimuli, addiction
but that
symptoms.
Sounds like it's going into addiction. You're describing an addiction.
Yeah, addiction would be harmful. Would you agree?
Of course, but if it's between two consenting adults, like Lance was just saying, the rights. If two adults are.
Yeah, we're talking about addiction.
But
throwing out pornography, right?
But Lance, if just like we do with gambling, smugs, or what have you, shouldn't that be on that adult to go and seek help? If you're gonna go into, we know it can lead into addiction. But that's like a blanket statement. Not everybody is addicted to smugs or alcohol or pornography.
Yeah, but we saw when we banned alcohol, right? We saw the negative impacts and side effects of that. It didn't fix the problem. Exactly. It only made it worse. Right. So, the addiction was worse.
Wait, I have a question though. How come this same logic is not applied forwardly when it comes to like ABs or something?
What do you mean?
Do you think that if we banned abortion, that we would find that women would seek that assistance, not even in lesser number, but like in more harmful ways?
No, because I think what needs to happen with that is I don't think it should be federally regulated. Right now it's with the states. So constitutionally, they're going about it the right way when it comes to making law about it. However, I think it needs to be established on a personhood level.
I think if you use personhood, I think you come to my conclusions.
What?
Yeah, I feel like I'm the most consistent person because I'd be in.
I don't know where like people sit with like formal AB argument styles, but like personhood. If you use personhood, I think you achieve a pro-life position, pro-choice position, like almost immediately.
How?
Because
here it comes.
Because all right, I'm gonna walk through it, and I'm gonna try to be quick. So the body is property to the person that the body belongs to.
Do we really want to call people property? We kind of got away from that.
No, I'm not meaning it's in slavery, since slaves had rights. First of all, second of all, the body is your highest form of property, and that's why underneath property rights and rights in general, people cannot just deprive you of yourself without proper adjudication. So, and you have rights, and those rights are established through personhood. The 5 tenets of personhood established by Warren. So the issue that you're asserting is, when does a fetus become a person? Not a human, but a person. They're humans by conception.
Okay.
That's true.
Right. So what did the founding fathers say about life prior to? What was their intent on protecting life? So did they have like ultrasound, sonographers, things like that? Like, did they have an ability to detect signs of life? The only thing that they could really go off of is a growing belly. But then Queen Mary, she had a tumor and everybody thought she was pregnant. So that obviously couldn't work, right? Yeah, so what they did is they actually curtailed it to the quickening, which would be the movement of the baby, right? And that was the sign of life, right? So now we are advanced. We know that we have more and more ways to detect babies in utero and their existence. So therefore, I would argue that just off of that alone, we should adjust for that. But based off of the founding fathers' conversations and framework, they wanted to protect life in utero once detected. We also know that when Roe v. Wade was passed, there was 2, maybe 3 forms of contraception. You had diaphragms, you had condoms, and then you had the pull and pray method.
You're getting away from something.
What am I getting away from?
Earlier, you said personhood. Are you revising that?
No.
Okay, qualify personhood for me.
Yeah, so personhood would be establishing that this person is a person and has all the protections that are given to all people.
That violates the laws of non-contradiction. You cannot use the definition to define itself. What is a person?
A person for this framework would be somebody who the Bill of Rights qualifies, that human rights qualify.
Okay, so persons are defined by governmental entitlement.
Persons are defined by nature. You have the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Those are inalienable. They also have inherent rights.
Okay, so, but no, the rights of nature, no, law of nature does not define person. Law of nature defines.
You have the right to life, right? That's inalienable. That's a natural right.
But those are granted to persons, also underneath the laws of nature, and can't.
Anything, right. The right to life, which means that life would have to progress without any outside interference, right? If man interferes, then it's not inalienable, right?
Okay, so because I'm trying to get this to qualify. So underneath your framework, a person is the unique bundle of DNA that occurs at conception. Is that a person?
A person is human life. We even give death with dignity. We even give rights to dead people.
What framework are you pulling from this? This makes no sense.
Death with dignity?
No, not that. What do you how are you bridging this logical gap? I'm not denying it's a human.
Right, it's a human. It's living.
It's human, it's alive, the DNA is human. Where are you bridging the gap that it's now officially a person? Personhood has a beginning and an end. You're not bridging the gap.
Yeah, the second that a human has life, that is when personhood starts.
That's just not true. Where are you engaging that?
Very true.
Based on what framework?
By law.
This isn't even like skeptical flow at this point. You're just making up like your own philosophical.
No, I mean legally, we have the Unborn Victims of Violence Act of 2004 that actually determines babies in utero as child, which gives them personhood.
Okay, so I want to go back then to what I said, which you denied earlier. You're violating lots of You're contradicting yourself. So
I'm
the
not.
government. Hold on. So the government does tell us who has rights and when. Correct?
Well, the government shouldn't, because the government actually recognizes in their framework that there are certain inalienable rights, right? Those inalienable rights are given to you by nature and by God, not by the government.
Okay, so God determines who has rights, correct?
Natural, nature, God, whichever. Yeah, sure.
It's not whichever. Natural rights and bestowed,
endowed by our Creator.
Rights. Right, those are two separate.
Natural rights.
Those are not natural. Rights bestowed by God are not natural. That's not
natural true. Rights endowed by our Creator. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Okay, so if God had wrote that people with woolly hair and bulbousy nose do not deserve life, would it be permissible to annihilate all people with bulbousy noses and woolly hair?
Okay, so what does Creator mean?
It doesn't really. Well, I guess for me, Creator would be the designer of said, if we're talking about species, it's the designer of said sentience. That's your creator.
It's the designer of nature naturally, right? Like all things natural is created by something, right? And the reason why they said endowed by our Creator, not endowed by God, is because everybody had a different understanding of what that may be. So they covered that. But what I will say is when we're talking about life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, those are all things that are natural, which means nobody gives those to you, but also nobody can take them away without due process, because we tied that into our inherent rights.
The term creator in a philosophical setting refers to a divine or supernatural being. If you want to root that through your own theological synopsis of nature, you can, but this does not bridge a gap for me. Natural rights and divine rights, these are two separate right categories, because again, I told this to Ligma earlier, if you hold the position that the government or God grants you rights, there are absurdums that can be introduced or reductios that can be introduced to the argument. I'm saying that by nature, people have rights. So the woman has rights. Now, when you introduce another being, you have to start to qualify when it develops rights that supersede the woman's rights. I have qualifications. I have qualifications of personhood if you want them. You are not qualifying person. You're just qualifying when life begins, which I do agree with you on, by the way. It is
Yeah,
that.
when life begins, that's when
Can I give it a
personhood
shot real
begins.
quick?
I've been very clear on that.
Can I give it a shot real quick? Can I give her a shot real quick? What would you say if I said personhood would be an intrinsic metaphysical unity of an individual?
Who are you asking?
So, officer.
Oh, okay.
Oh, what was your question to me? I thought you were asking Lens.
Personhood would be an intrinsic metaphysical unity of an individual.
I reject that, because that is a divine or theologian or a biblical interpretation.
Okay, well, you can reject it, but you can't force somebody else to reject the belief that they have a soul at the conception of life.
Souls don't create persons. We don't even know if souls exist.
Under this philosophical belief, they do.
Can you prove a soul?
You can't disprove a soul.
Right, but you're making the affirmative that there's a soul. Can you just demonstrate a soul to me?
Yeah, that's a fallacy.
Well,
my position is the same thing as God. I don't know if there's God. I don't know if there's a soul. But you're saying in your framework that there is a soul. So can you quantify that for me? Prove to me there's a soul?
So in the same argument that a creator is logical, that's
not logical. No. That's not logical. No, that's not logical.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what it doesn't matter about a soul. Personhood starts at conception. That's when life begins. That's when personhood is established.
But what are the qualifiers of personhood?
What do you mean? What are the qualifiers of personhood? It's a human life. A human life is a qualifier.
What are the qualifiers of personhood?
Yeah, a human life is personhood. That's the qualifier.
According to who? Where are you getting this from?
Well, we can look at, again, inalienable rights, and then we can look at our laws and how we place them, right? You have the right to life, liberty, and property, and those things cannot be taken from you without due process. Can you show me how you can give a baby in utero due process?
Right,
under our laws.
You're not answering my question. What is the qualifiers of personhood that make them a person? Makes an
human life, Bex. It can't get any clearer than that. It's a human and it's alive. So therefore, that's when personhood is established.
Not the qualifiers of personhood, though.
It literally is. You're a human and you're alive. Those are the qualifiers for personhood.
Can I ask a question? Because I have to change the subject. I don't mean to change the subject, but I have to
go ahead, change it. That's fine. When people deploy flow mixed with divinity, there's nothing else to talk about, because it's just you can go ahead.
So Ligma, what do you disagree about with the second? What do you disagree on the Second Amendment? And I might have someone who might want to challenge you on that. But what is your disagreement with the Second Amendment?
Yeah, my disagreement would be equivalent to voting rights. Not everybody should have a weapon or have the right to bear in arms.
All right, give me a second.
Hey, and I still want to have that conversation about the 14th Amendment. I think that is a very clear misinterpretation of what the 14th Amendment represents.
Who is pivoting to divinity?
Wait, so officer, let me ask you a question. If there wasn't a creator, that means that our universe popped out of nowhere, right? Because in order for something to happen, something has to cause it.
Correct. I make no claims about the establishment of the universe. I just simply don't know. I'm not attempting to.
No, I understand. I'm asking about the logic in it, right? Because if I opened up my hand, and a chocolate part popped out of nowhere and landed in my hand, that's not logical, right?
If you can't see something, does that mean it doesn't exist?
No.
Okay, so I have no further claim. If I open up my hand and there's nothing there, but there actually is something there, and we just can't see it due to limitations of our body or technology, it doesn't mean that there's nothing literally in or on my hand. So I make no claims. The same way I make no claims about God, I make no claims about the soul. But the issue I have with like a divine philosophical view is that your intuition pumping that I have to accept all these highly metaphysical concepts without any amount of quantification or qualification of them other than I just believe it to be true, which is just wholly inadequate for running a society on.
I'm not gonna lie, I was talking to somebody, I missed all that, and I apologize.
Oh, you're good. It was for the room, but no, I got you.
I'll talk to you.
There are any lightning debates today? Did that happen?
Me and Bell are trying to figure something out.
There's some talk of a couple coming up.
Ligma's scared of her.
Ligma's kind of challenging me, but we can't seem to find a topic. So, Ligma, what about something on racism?
What about racism?
Do you think that black people
You want to talk about your racism?
My racism? No,
Yeah.
do you think that black people are still
Bill, do you want to deconstruct your racism?
I'm talking to Ligma.
I'm talking to you though. Do you want to deconstruct your racism?
No, I don't.
Is that Memphis?
Bex, be cool. Bex, no.
No, you're
Bex, no. Bex, no.
You're kicked for the day. Jesus
Christ, is he?
Memphis.
That's on me.
Oh, wait a minute. He was. That's right.
Oh my God, I gotta go.
No
Let's
breaking
ask
rules,
this
Memphis.
question. Ligma,
That's what it do, Yugi.
Go ahead, Bell.
Do you think that black people are still oppressed today?
No.
Okay. Do you think that there's systemic racism?
I don't know. Do you think black people like black people?
For fuck's sake.
Do you think black people are anti-black?
Bill, why wouldn't you challenge him on the fact that he doesn't believe in a lot of the constitutional amendments that like why? Like there's so many things to challenge him.
Because I'm not well versed on the Constitution. I'm not that's up there.
And just do our black people oppressed today and move on. That's the one.
You were well versed in that, Bill.
You're asking extra questions. Let's go.
I'm trying to.
But she doesn't believe black people are oppressed today.
I do believe that black people are still oppressed systemically.
Great. Let's run it. Yep. That was all we needed right there. Let's go. Let's get it going. Come on.
Hold on. I'm not doing it right now. I'm in the fucking car. I gotta do some shopping. But do you want to do that or something on racism, Ligma? Pick something. I know we don't see eye to eye on racism.
Debate me on black people being anti-black.
What do you mean?
Somehow this feels really dirty for two white people.
Yes, why? Like there are so many things.
I was like, why are two white people talking about discussing this?
I don't think I could talk about
as
black
two white people. Let's talk about as much racism as possible.
Let's have Bill and Ligma debate.
I don't think I could talk about black people being anti-black, Ligma, or you. So I think you're dodging. Okay, you made you asked
dodging what?
The challenge. You basically challenged.
You didn't formally challenge me.
I didn't plan on challenging you. You wanted to challenge me.
Oh, well, I know. That's why I was trying to figure out what subjects we disagree on. I mean, it doesn't have to be right now. I'm just trying to figure it out.
Okay.
I'm gonna challenge you. I just want to make sure.
I don't.
I want to make sure it's something you're well versed in.
Okay, racism. Anything on race. Anything on race. I'm well versed.
Okay, so you're well versed in race.
Debating it.
I hope so.
Pick something on race.
Okay, but it has to be about white people. We don't want to debate about black people.
No, I want to debate any of that. I just don't want to debate anti-blackness. Like I just don't want to debate that.
Wait, hold on. Wawa has a good point. Do Albanians still exist other than you?
Of course there
Oh,
is.
okay.
But I don't
didn't
think
know.
Ligma is well versed in Albanian. Wawa. And
No,
racism is something that affects everyone. This is not.
All right, let me ask you a question. Where do you think racism came from?
Where did it come from?
Yeah.
I would say racism started with Gomez Deserata.
Okay, we can debate that.
Why are we doing this?
What is the initial?
I would say Gomez.
I need a question. I need an initial question.
Well, a question or a claim?
Well, a claim or whatever.
Yeah. I would say Gomez Deserara did not start racism or the classification.
He did not start race, but not racism.
I would say he didn't start either.
Racism did start with the Atlantic trade slave.
Yeah, and that's my claim. That's my rebuttal. I would say he did not start this.
So you think there was racism before the Atlantic slave trade?
I did not say that. My claim. Look. I'm telling you my claim, and you're trying to like work around it. My claim is Gomez Deserara did not start race or racism. That is my claim.
I agree with you on that. He did not start race.
Holy shit. Okay, he didn't start racism.
Okay. All right. Let me get my shit.
Okay. So this conversation on the 14th Amendment here, are we gonna do that?
So is no one want to take up the next argument I had, which is that slaves had rights? Or
I'm sure you're not about to duck.
Oh my God, officer! 7 times in 2 days is too much.
I want this 14th Amendment. I've read something to rebuttal that. I've read something. I think I can rebuttal that, officer. I think I got it.
Oh yeah, baby. Let's go. Yeah. Give it to me.
Wait 1 second. I have an issue with this, Ligma, because I believe that racism started with the Atlantic slave trade. Are you also saying that it didn't start with the Atlantic slave trade?
Oh my God! Now she's changing her claim.
No. Because you're trying to trap me.
No, yeah. Exactly. So yes, like the slave trade encompassed a whole lot of things. I just don't think it boils down to just Gomez Deserara like everybody says. I think there was something other that very specifically set everything in motion, and it wasn't Gomez.
I don't agree that it was just him either. There was a lot of things.
Okay, then we can't do that. We can't do that. Do you think women should be able to vote?
Absolutely.
All right, we can do that.
We fucking voting.
I agree.
Myself included.
Yeah. None of us. None of us should. None of us. We should definitely have an authoritarian power.
Tbones, can you still haven't modded Thumb. He won the vote.
Oh, by the way, Shawnee Boy also has a fade. Let's not duck Shawnee Boy, because I know both of you are scared of Shawnee Boy. Both of you. That strong black man down there.
Let's run this 14th Amendment fade.
Shawnee Boy is scared of me. He pulled out. He pulled out so fast when it came to the challenge. He challenged me.
I'll literally cook all of you. All of you.
Hear me? Can y'all hear me? Am I talking?
No, I'm just you can hear you now.
Y'all niggas talking about me like I'm not right here.
What are you doing in the background? Holy shit!
That's my daughter.
It sounds like Jumanji.
Shit. You should rewatch Jumanji.
Why? There was a drum noise in Jumanji. That's all I hear is doom, doom.
So this idea that the 14th Amendment doesn't grant rights and only takes away from the people. Can we get a rundown on that?
Oh, Lindsay's coming after you. I don't think she's there.
Before you do that, Tbone, are you there, Tbone?
Tbone.
Yeah. Give me 1 second, please.
I'll make it real quick though.
What now?
You made a statement about the 14th Amendment. You said that anything after 11 takes away from rights that doesn't afford rights, right?
Yeah, so 12 through 27 actually gives the government rights to govern over the people, per se. Like, for
That is not what you
example,
said.
yeah,
That
it
was not
is.
the original claim that you made. But even if
Yes,
that
it
was the case,
is.
okay, that was not the original claim
Yeah,
you made. But we can go on from this
so
point.
we can look at it as three separate things, right? We have the articles, you have the 7 articles, right? And then you have the Bill of Rights, which was incorporated in to make amendments 1 through 10. Then we have the 11th Amendment, which is okay because that actually protects the states. But then 12 through 27 essentially is giving the government power, right? So if you're looking at your 14th Amendment, for example, I agree with you. It doesn't just cover, uh, you know, it doesn't just cover the citizenship issue, but it also covers equal protections under the law, but so does the Fifth. They're sister amendments.
So your claim is that the federal government having more rights. I assume that that's the claim that you're making. This is supposed to be a negative thing?
Giving the government more power over the people, yes, it's a problem.
Okay, so let's run through. Can you run down a scenario in the 14th Amendment that might be where that might apply in the 14th Amendment that is bad?
Yeah, so it's telling people who can and cannot be citizens.
No, it's establishing. No, yes, it's telling people who can't. Actually, no, it doesn't. It just establishes a base. No, it doesn't. It establishes a baseline of what a citizen is. Because the problem is that the states were saying you might not be a slave anymore, but you're not considered a resident in my state. And what it establishes is that
right.
Lynn, what it establishes is that if somebody is born in the United States, they are automatically a citizen as long as they are not a part of a particular group, which is typically diplomats. That's what it establishes, though. So that's affording more rights to the people, not taking away.
So if we abolish the 14th Amendment, would that take your rights away, Shawnee Boy?
Yes, it would. It would take away your birthright. Yes,
it would not.
Yes, it would.
It would not.
Okay, so explain to me how it would not take away your birthright.
Because the Constitution so it covers the people within the United States, correct?
Yes.
Governs over the people within the United States. Would you be within the United States?
Yes.
Would you fall under Amendments 1 through 10?
Yes, that still doesn't
mean
need
the 14th
birthright
Amendment.
No, that's not
you
true.
Don't need the 14th Amendment.
That's not true. No, what you're saying is not true because the 1 through 10 doesn't establish what a citizen is.
So what I will agree with you.
Not only that, hold on 1 second, Lance, you gotta let me finish. Not only does it not establish what a citizen is, but it also doesn't establish what in a state a citizen is. And what the 14th Amendment does is saying you are not just a citizen, but you are of the United States, but you are a citizen of the state in which you were born. You're missing that part.
Okay. So again, it gives you equal protections under the law, right? Do you need the 14th Amendment? If you have the 5th Amendment, do you need the 14th Amendment for equal protections under the law? And do you need the 14th Amendment to cover people that are born here?
You do. Again, like I said, in order for you to establish that somebody is a citizen, you need the 14th Amendment. That's what birthright is about. The birthright citizenship part of the 14th Amendment says if you are born in the United States or naturalized, by the way, it establishes how to become a citizen later, and are subject to the jurisdiction thereof, you are a citizen of the United States and the state in which you reside. So it touches on 3 major things. It touches on how to become a citizen. On how you become a citizen, on how if you're born here, you are a citizen, and then it establishes the fact that the state can't deny you citizenship. That's what it does.
You think you need the 14th Amendment to do all that, bro?
I literally just told you yes.
Yeah, you don't.
Okay. Explain to me why.
You don't, because you have the original 10 amendments, right? Those 10 amendments. So basically what the 14th Amendment did is it gave people who were slaves or people that were born to slaves, it gave them the same rights as 1 through 10. So at the time, I will agree with you, it was needed, your 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments, which is why they were called Reconstruction Amendments. However, today, if you got rid of the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments, you would be covered under 1 through 10.
I'm still asking you again where birthright is established in the first 10 amendments.
You don't need birthright.
No, actually you do, because that's what defines
We,
a
the
citizen.
people of the United States of America.
And if they decide that you're not the people of the United States of America, and they say, hey, because you are so-and-so, because you are this, you are not considered we the people. The 14th Amendment clarifies, if you were born here and you're subject to the jurisdiction, you are a citizen.
So then you would have to
you
get
are
your due process,
naturalized-
right? So first of all, they can't, okay. So
What?
again, okay. So are people that are citizens covered under 1 through 10, or people outside that are citizens covered through 1 through 10?
Lynn, can you restate that? I don't know what you're trying to say.
Yeah. So are 1 through 10 exclusive to citizens only?
No.
Right. Right. So therefore, I would argue that as long as you're underneath our jurisdiction, right, which you're within the United States, you're covered through 1 through 10, right? Which means you have due process. So if the government, for whatever reason, tried to say you didn't belong here, right, then they would have to prove that. And if they said simply because you were born here, even if you were born here, then that they would have to illegitimize the entire population. It's just not going to happen. You don't need the 14th Amendment. You are tied with the 5th Amendment.
Liz, even if what you're saying was 100% true, which I disagree with, that still doesn't address the other two statements that I made that the birthright section associates with, right? So when we broke down, the other parts of the birthright citizenship, the first section of the 14th Amendment, you didn't highlight the understanding for that either. So if a state decides that they say, hey, listen, I don't give a fuck that you were born here. You're not a resident of Texas, so you got to get the fuck out. Then what? How do you protect yourself from that happening?
From the state?
Yes.
Doesn't have anything to do with the state. It's talking about citizenship. It talks about citizenship.
I literally just read all of it.
Read it again, Shawnee.
Okay.
Read it again.
All persons born or naturalized of the United States, subject to the jurisdiction thereof, are citizens of the United States
subjects.
I already said subject.
No.
I already said that part. And are citizens of the state in which they reside.
Okay, great. And subject to the jurisdiction thereof.
I already said that part, Linz.
No, the way you said it, you didn't add the and.
Okay.
That and is a big deal.
All right, listen, if that's the argument you want to make, that's fine. That does not approach my argument that I've asked you about.
Okay, so when you're okay, great. So when you're born in a state, what happens? They issue you what?
Because of the 14th Amendment.
That's
the reason why they do it. So without the 14th Amendment, they would not issue these things, and they could say
they would not issue you a birth certificate
because you are born to a Mexican national or a Nigerian national. You are not considered a citizen of my state, and you got to keep it pushing.
So you're issued a birth certificate, right? Which gives you your state of origin, correct?
Because of the 14th Amendment.
Hold on.
Because of the 14th Amendment. Like we have to establish that's why that is the case. You are establishing that you are a citizen, that you were born in that state. You are establishing your birthright citizenship at that moment. But if you say, hey, I don't think you should be able to do that at the state level, that would go against the 14th Amendment. And the reason why they put that in there was because that was a situation that happened where somebody said, you're not a resident of my state, so therefore you can't be here.
Did he win? What happened?
I mean, listen, if Linz's argument is that we should have open borders, I mean, that's a tough argument to make.
Open borders. How are you jumping to open? Hold on a second.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Finish. Go ahead. What were you? No, I was just fucking with you. Go ahead. Finish what you were saying. Finish what you were saying.
How would you argue open borders?
Just fucking with you. Can you give us what you were looking for?
Yeah, hold on. Oh, you made me stop. Hold on.
Yo, what up, officer?
Up here, Bluntman. I don't know. We need a new topic. Or something. I don't know.
Belle, that is crazy that you are a conservative woman that thinks you should have the right to vote. That is wild.
Fucking insane that you think that she shouldn't.
That is crazy.
Most conservative women shouldn't even be speaking, according to conservative beliefs. Like,
seen, not heard.
Like, I think it's so funny. I think it's so funny when like conservative women are like super outspoken about shit because, like, per your own beliefs, you should go tell your husband and he should get on here and tell us, right? Like, per conservative beliefs, you should shut the fuck up, go tell your husband and let him talk it out. You know what I mean? Like, why are we listening? Not you, Belle, not you, but I'm just saying, like, this is something that has always confused me because if you get your way as a conservative, huh?
That's the case for Belle as well.
I mean, technically, I'm not going for Belle exactly, but like if conservative women get their way, then you are going to have a husband, and he's going to have to speak for you because, like you are in your own beliefs. You should shut the fuck up.
Mm-hmm.
Like, shut the fuck. Like, I genuinely, when conservative women get on here and they get super loud and super sassy, I genuinely want to say to them, shut the fuck up. Go tell your husband.
Who handed you a phone?
Holy shit. Like, your husband should take it away from you. If you believe what you believe as conservatives, go give your phone to your husband. You have no right to speak.
It's not phone time.
Not phone time. Go back to the kitchen, make some fucking bread. You know what I mean?
Make sure them socks and shoes are off.
Oh, look, my husband just joined. Would you prefer to talk to him, Bex?
I don't really care, but I'm just saying, per like, conservative beliefs, like, I don't like talking to him at all, but I'm not a conservative woman.
Who was it? Where's he at?
Weren't you saying you wanted to be a trad wife?
Is that X?
Well, I believe in choice, right? So
yes,
just because I personally like to bake bread and shit does not believe that I think women should all have to be trad wives, right? But in a conservative belief, a woman should be a trad wife and shut the fuck up. I don't believe that. I believe that I can choose to be a trad wife, but that doesn't mean that I have to put that belief on other women.
Yeah. So when we're talking about trad wives, it's not like the whole seen and not heard thing, right? That's like more like a 1960s.
No,
it's more like a timeline era type thing.
I believe in traditional feminism where women should have the choice to do whatever they want to do, right? If I choose to be a wife and stay home and raise the children and make dinner, I'm making that choice. But I don't believe that other women should have to do that because it's my belief.
The idea of choice baffles me as well.
Yeah. Okay.
That was crazy.
I believe if a woman wants to be a CEO, more power to her. That's not necessarily what I want to do, but go ahead. You know what I mean? But I also don't vote to take women's rights away from them.
Nobody wants to take anybody's rights away from them, but
correction.
Not true.
Conservative men 100% plan on taking women's rights away for sure.
Correction. W patriarchy.
You don't want to get back into that, do you, Ligma?
Can I get a W patriarchy in the chat? W patriarchy.
Yeah. So prior to birth certificates being issued, it was actually common law if you were born here that you were a citizen of the state, right? So I would actually argue that the 14th Amendment just enforced that, right? So it's common law. So prior to,
and if the state decided to change that, right? If a state decided to change that, then we would still need the 14th Amendment, right?
No.
The answer is yes. The answer is yes.
No, you wouldn't. Is common law enforceable?
What do you mean when you say that?
Yeah, is common law enforceable in court?
I assume so. I would assume so.
Right.
Let's assume so.
Right.
With proper documentation.
And then wait, and then if a state said, hey, we're going to make adjustments to our constitution that says that if you are not born of a descendant of our current state at this point, you are no longer a citizen of this state. Could they not do that?
No, why would they do that? I mean, you're just arguing absurdities. You're just arguing, but my point is, you're arguing absurdities that would never happen. And you think, hold on, you think that the government needs to make up all of these laws, which don't benefit you, by the way, right? Just because you think they benefit you, but they don't. Because because of the 14th Amendment, what's happened is, right? They actually can decide. Right? They actually can decide who is not a citizen. That's literally what the 14th Amendment does. So why it's being challenged. That's why it's being challenged. That's why it's being challenged.
What is common law?
Wait, hold on a second. T-Bone, please, hold on a second. You know you just slid way past the point.
No, you're sliding way past the point with all your absurdities.
You said that it's absurd for me to make the assumption that a state could create laws that say we're going to restrict,
or that a state even would, because based off of the right. So based on, so it's not okay, yeah, because it's not advantageous to the state, because the state gets more representation per their population. So why would they want to restrict it? Come on now.
Are you implying that there are not restrictions that people have simply are you implying that people don't make decisions?
Are you implying that states want less of a population so they have less representation in Congress?
I can't have a conversation with you if you just keep interrupting me. It's okay. You can listen. This was not a lightning debate. No points are going to be associated with this.
Well, I'm not part of this. I'm not part of this debate thing. I'm not on the list. You can't just
interrupt me and think that that's how you make your point, right? And so the argument that I'm asking you, based on what you've provided me, is that there are not people out there that will harm themselves in the goal to harm other people. You would agree that happens, right?
Yes, states would not do that.
So
states are not going to give up power for any reason, right? We actually saw that was the argument with the Civil War, was that states didn't want to give up power.
So if I could provide you something that we all know would benefit that would benefit the citizens of a state, but they removed that or did not take that to benefit them, you would agree that you would concede your point, right?
As long as it doesn't violate 1 through 10.
Okay, so if I were to talk about how states opted out of expanding to Medicare, right? That would benefit their citizens, right?
What does that have to do with 1 through 10?
Again, Liz, you're all over
Is health care required by the
No, the point that you made was that states will not make decisions that harm their own citizens.
No. States will not. No, that's not what I said. States will not make decisions that limit their power, right? Their power is based off of their representation. Their representation is based off of their population.
And so what you're saying is a state might always pursue, right? A state will always pursue things that will grow their population. That's what you're saying.
A state will always pursue things that give them power.
If you could please provide me with a clear, give me an example of this, right? So I can.
Great. So we can look at immigration, for example, right? We have these sanctuary cities. Why are they doing that? Why are they building sanctuary cities?
Sanctuary cities are not based on what a state's actions are. If you actually look at that, you'll see that Texas actually is not about citizen growth, right?
Citizen growth, right? Which gives you what? Which gives you what?
You've got to stop interrupting me, Lynn. Like Lynn is crazy. So a situation that you've presented us with is the idea that they want their community to be able to work with the police without a fear of people losing their neighbors. That's what that's about. And
No,
Texas,
that's not what that's about.
all right, you know what? Hey,
It's
by all
not.
means,
It's clearly not.
if this is
It's
how you
it's
want to
simply
continue this
not.
conversation,
It's
if
simply
you
not, because it's not
that's
happening
fine.
in all of the states, right? It's only happening in certain states, and it only happens in states where the state is pushing back on the federal government and enlisting their citizens to go into the streets and protest, right? So I
That's
would
not even
actually,
close to what
yeah.
you're
So
saying.
the
That's
whole
not
the whole
accurate.
point,
There are
the whole
sanctuary cities
point,
that
the whole
exist in
point.
Texas. What are you talking about?
Yeah, so the whole point of the open borders policy that was going on underneath the Biden administration was to shift the population into certain states, right? So that they can gain more seats in the House, because that's how it's done. It's based off of the census, and however many people you have in your state, you get a certain amount of seats, right? So if you increase the seats in, like, say, I don't know, Texas, California, Florida, or anything like that, or like any state, right? It makes that state more powerful when it comes to Congress, right?
So let's say 100% what you're saying is true, right? So then
It
Texas
is
would not
true.
push back on
What I'm
it.
saying, it is.
So then under that same logic, Texas would not push back on illegal immigration because it will benefit them in the long run with having representation at the federal level, correct?
No, because Texas is already the
Holy
largest state.
shit.
Texas is already the largest state.
But it's
However,
not
they
the
can
largest state
see
with population. That's not true.
it's okay. So it's the largest state that we have, right? We can also
Holy shit,
see
this is bad.
it's not bad. It is the largest state, number one.
You just listen. Stop. I'm going based on the logic that you said. You said a state will always try to assume power, and the only way that they can assume power is by going through and building and growing their population. And so, if Texas has a large influx of undocumented immigrants that will still grow their power, why would they not encourage that behavior instead of deterring it, like Texas does?
Because again, what Texas is doing is they're saying that you're not following the law when you come into the country, right? They are a border state. So if a border state,
So it's not about power then.
hold on. Well,
Okay. I think I made my point.
okay, great. If a border state that is a red state is overrun with people that eventually can vote, right? And they vote blue, then is that state then still in power based off of what's in power now?
Yes, because
No, it's not.
yes, no.
For example, if you want to keep
state
your
is still in power. Wait, hold on, Linz. You got to stop interrupting me. Linz,
you're
the
interrupting
answer is
me
yes.
just as
Whether they are
much.
blue or red, they still have more power. What are you talking about?
So again, if you're a red
Blue
border
or red,
state,
they still have established power.
if you are a red border state and you want to continue to stay red, you're going to try to limit the amount of blue. Right? So people that are
This isn't a
coming,
party situation. This is a state versus the federal position is what you're making, right? You said a state is always going to try to gain more power. Are you saying a political party will always try to gain power? Is that what which one are you making?
right?
You're all over the place.
I'm really not. So again, your state is okay. So a state.
Quit and just, they believe what they want to believe, and they're all indoctrinated. So you're wasting your time, darling. Honestly, can
you see?
They're
Not her. Be
insane.
quiet.
They're insane. Honestly, they're insane.
Okay, so
at this point, Liz is literally just moving all over the fucking place. Like, so which one is it? Is it the parties that control the states is the power that we're talking about? Or are we talking about the amount of power that we might see in the federal government? Because she laid out the system that allows for states to have more power at the federal level. That is what she laid out. She said populations, He said states want populations to grow so they can have more power when it comes to the federal level. That was what she lined out. Now she's talking about if a red state turns blue, do they still have power? This is ridiculous.
Okay, so again, we have a two-party system, right? Okay, so I guess we're going to have to go back to civics. We have a two-party system, correct? Red and blue, right?
Well, no, four.
Well, we typically have a two-party system. It's divided between red and blue, right? Democrat, Republican. Correct? Shawnee, we got that, right?
No, no, we don't. We have the Libertarian Party, we have the Green Party, we have a lot of different parties. But there are two major parties in the United States. Yes, that's
Right. You either have a red state or a blue state, right? And we do understand that the US Census is used to gather a total population. And based off that population, we can either add seats or take away seats, correct, when it comes to Congress and congressional representation for that state. Right? Okay, great. Now, if a state wants to remain red, right, and they already have a large amount of seats like Texas does, right, but they don't want to give up those seats to make them blue because it's red and blue that's in the federal government, right, that dictates a majority policy, Speaker of the House, right, all of those things incorporate in. So is it advantageous for a red state to allow the population to grow to gain more seats if those seats are going to turn blue?
no. I mean, no. That what you're describing is not an accurate statement. So there is no guarantee that the nation will crisis, for example. That's not true. And actually what we see when it comes to immigrants that there is a large group of these of immigrants that are actually more conservative and share conservative values. So what you're saying is not accurate, right? The idea that Texas didn't want people over here undocumented has nothing to do with the amount of power that they might lose at the federal level in any capacity. They made the decision because they said it is our value that people who come over here have to come over here the legal way. It has nothing to do with anything else. You said, Linz, that a state will always, and you did not specify if this was a blue state or a red state, a state will always grow its population for the purpose of gaining more power. That's what you said. And this was in reference to the 14th Amendment not needing to exist, because the state would never say, because you are a citizen of someone else, right? Because your parents are a citizen of someone else, you can no longer be a resident in my state.
Okay,
I say that is false.
Okay, great. Let me ask you a question.
I say what you're describing is false.
Right. Can I ask you a question? Can illegal immigrants vote in elections?
No.
Okay. Can they be added to the population for census purposes to add seats in Congress? Right.
Yes.
Right. However, there's states that have actually allowed illegal immigrants to vote in their state elections, correct?
Yes.
Can that change the color of the state?
No.
Huh?
Because then you would have to afford the value. You would have to say that people who come over here have a particular ideology that's associated with one particular side, and I don't think that that's an accurate statement.
So can they vote? So if illegal immigrants come and they register and they vote blue, can they vote out a red governor? Can they vote out a red mayor? People like that.
Say, can they affect elections? They could possibly affect elections, but is not a guarantee that if you bring if you allow for undocumented immigrants to stay in your state, that they will vote for a blue anything or a red anything. There's no guarantee there. And again, we're so far off the statement that you originally made. You originally said we don't need the 14th Amendment because states would not have an incentive to restrict the people who are considered residents in their state. That's the argument that you were making.
Because it adds seats in Congress. However, if you have a population coming in where you have a specific party that's giving them incentives, money, things like that, they're going to want to continue to utilize that money. So therefore, they're going to vote for who's paying them.
Ask you this, Lynn. Okay, I'll ask you this. Okay, and this will be where this ends. Okay, if a state like Texas does not allow for people who are undocumented to vote in their state, would they still would it still be best for them to? I mean, wouldn't it still be best for them to bring in these undocumented immigrants?
No, because Austin is blue, right? Where the laws are made, the lawmakers, that area is blue.
No, but
That
that
Texas has
has no
actually
bearing on
grown
what I
more.
just said.
Actually, Texas has
That
grown
doesn't
more.
matter.
Texas has grown
That
more and
literally,
more.
Lens, that literally
Can
has
I?
no bearing on what I
Okay,
just
so
said. So your argument.
it
So this is
doesn't.
what. This is
You
why I
didn't
want
let
to
me
end this
finish.
conversation. This is why I want to end this conversation. Right? It's because your claim was that they will always grow their population. They will always grow their population because of a particular because they want to assume more power at the federal level.
They're
And
not.
Texas has the ability to do that and still maintain their red wave that they've had for the last 30 years. This is a
So
fact.
so so you're
Yeah.
Especially if
so
they don't
so
vote
so
any
this
laws.
is the thing.
Okay.
Okay, so
Go ahead,
this is
Lynn.
the
Go
thing.
ahead.
They're not going to get rid of people that are born there, right? And that are raised in that population. They're going to not want outside people coming in that could be counted in a census or that are going to vote blue, right? Because you're going to want to maintain the laws in your state and the way that it's done, right? So you have a couple of different things going on because prior to, we didn't have this issue because a lot of times they didn't allow them to vote in state elections. They definitely can't vote in federal elections, but we do see that that's a possibility now too
What
because it's
can you
actually
cite that
happening.
law? Can you cite the
One
law of
second,
undocumented?
Blue South. Can I just close
I
this out with her real
It's
quick?
at a
I
state
yeah, you
level.
can.
I literally have
Yeah,
5 more minutes
cite it.
before I just leave
It's
this.
at
Go ahead,
it's
Sonny
at a
boy.
state level. Every state can determine who can
Okay.
vote in their state elections.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
so what
Liz.
state has that
So
law?
wait,
Arizona,
one
for
second, Blue South.
Arizona,
Please,
for
please,
example,
please, please,
allows
please,
for
Go ahead,
illegal
Shawnee. I'm
immigrants
gonna
to
do
vote in
some
their state
research.
elections.
please. Okay. So Lens, if you're undocumented, can you vote in the state of Texas?
I don't know. Let me look.
The answer is no. The answer is no. Just in case anybody's wondering, the answer is no. And Texas has maintained a red hold on the state of Texas, even with the increases of immigration, even with the increases of the people who were born here based on birthright citizenship, underneath undocumented parents. What she's saying is just not true. What she's trying to do is pretend like there isn't a such thing that exists in the United States, right? That racism can come in and it can hurt people, but they make a decision. They'll still make the decision to hurt people so they could hurt other people.
Yeah,
We've seen this a million times. We've seen this with every Trump supporter for 2024. Like it's the same shit.
and she lied about Arizona. Undocumented immigrants cannot vote in Arizona. And this is a common misconception. I've talked to Linz about this before. There is a legal definition for non-citizen. It is a permanent visa holder, a green card holder, somebody who has legal status in the United States. A non-citizen is not an illegal immigrant. And you need to learn the difference.
It matter if they get a temporary number from the IRS to be taxed.
No, because that's temporary. Non-citizen is a permanent legal resident. That means they've been granted asylum, they have a green card holder, or something else.
So I could
I would
tax them, but they
argue
can't vote.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
they
would
can't vote.
argue if you do tax somebody, if you do tax them, they should have the ability to vote within the state that they're taxed. And then
I agree.
you have to wait to citizenship to vote at the federal level. But that doesn't change anything, right?
Yep,
That
I
still
agree.
doesn't meet Lyndon's argument that you can get rid of the fucking 14th Amendment.
Like
Like
and
this is her whole argument.
I know. I've been listening for a while, and the voting thing is just off. She's bonkers off the wall. And that the reason we have allowed non-citizens to vote in municipal elections is because non-citizens who are legally here pay property taxes. And as you know, your local municipality collects your property taxes. They decide what roads get built, where fire stations are, where police stations are, who funds the libraries, where bus routes run. That's why we have laws that allow non-citizens to vote in your local municipal elections because they pay sales tax, which goes to their local municipality. They pay
Yeah, that's
property
what I was
tax,
getting
which goes to
to.
their local municipality.
So that's why I was saying if they could do that, wouldn't it carry to the federal level, or they need to be legalized citizens before it get to that level?
Well, there is federal law that prohibits non-citizens from voting in federal elections. So unless that law is changed, we can't do anything about that. So they're prohibited in all federal elections all across the country.
Right, because I wanted to ask the question of to what she said, if it adds to their, which I would think be their per capita, not a difference between red or blue, if they're able to vote, how many blue states allow non-citizens or whatever you to vote? And if that was the case, wouldn't they flip red if they were allowed to vote just because they want to stay naturalized citizens or whatever the case may be?
That could be the
That's my
case. That
question.
assumes, I mean, that would assume we know how they vote, and we don't technically know how they vote.
Right, that's my point. But
So
I'm saying if if there were 50 uh non-citizens and they're able to vote locally and then they carry to the federal level, what states would allow that and what's their electoral college vote? Like how many points will they get during an election for a primary and a presidential?
yeah,
That'll be my question because that'll be the determining factor when they actually do vote if they want to stay citizens. Because depending on that,
yeah,
the states may make laws for exceptions to keep that state red or whatever or blue, whatever the color they wanted to stay to solidify the base. If that makes sense.
yeah. I hear you. I don't know if that would work on a state by state level, only because it's a federal law that says only U.S. citizens can vote, and federal law supersedes state law. So if a state was to allow a non-citizen to
Right.
vote, that'd be in direct conflict with federal law, and federal
Yeah,
law
that's what I was saying.
supersedes.
Would it carry to federal? Would they allow
Yeah,
that
I
or
don't
they
think it
wouldn't?
would. They
Yeah,
wouldn't.
so yeah, that answers my question. So what you were saying before, I would disagree because if it doesn't carry to federal, and if they can't vote in primaries, it's all for naught. It's just going to add to per capita, be it consumerism or
Exactly.
whatever
It
other
would be
crimes and et cetera. It'll just add to per capita. That's all it'll be.
Hey, so Blue.
what it would do is it would add what it would do is Texas would actually would be more valuable for Texas to do it because it will not affect the people who get in at the federal level, and they would still be able to maintain the power that Lens is claiming that we're focused on.
Hey, Blue, I have a question.
Hmm.
Did Arizona pass a law requiring you to provide proof of citizenship to vote in federal elections?
I think they did. Yeah,
Yeah, why did they do that?
because they can. It complies with federal law. Federal law already says you have to be a citizen. So now,
Right.
whether the person has to
But
provide
but
that
did the
proof,
right,
I'll
but
explain it
did
real easily.
yeah, but did
Whether the
Merrick
person
Garland
has to
sue the state
provide
of
that,
Arizona over
yeah,
that
because
law?
it's stupid. Yeah, because it's stupid. Because
It's
you're
stupid. Huh?
putting the onus. Yeah, you're putting the onus on the person to prove their citizenship, and not the local board of elections, which actually registers you. The local board of elections checks your citizenship before they put you on the voter rolls. Adding the burden to the voter to prove their citizenship when they register is extra work. The state already verifies it. Your local board of elections already verifies your citizenship before they even put you on the rolls. You can't just register to vote and be on the rolls. You have to be verified by your local board of elections. That's why it's burdensome.
Is that
That's
okay?
why that's
Perfect.
why Merrick Garland challenged that law. That's why the SAVE Act is going to fail as well too, because that law is already a law and states already do it and local board of elections already do that. So
Can I have the
that's
big
why
box,
no one
please?
supports it.
But remember, this is supposed to be why for the 14th Amendment,
An investigation by
why we don't need the
ProPublica,
14th
the
Amendment, right?
Texas Tribune, and
Let's not forget that
Can I
part.
have the
Vote
big
Booth
Oh,
box,
true.
found that the
please?
U.S. citizens were incorrectly labeled as non-citizens or removed from the from the rolls because they did not respond to letters about their citizenship.
What does that say?
Oh wow.
6,500 people were removed from the voter rolls
Yeah, that
in
number was
Texas.
likely inflated,
Oh,
right?
it was
Because they
inflated.
didn't respond to. Yeah, it didn't respond, and it doesn't even say they voted either, does it? It just says they were on the rolls,
Yeah, but you said in order to
and
get on the voter
because
rolls, citizenship had to be proven.
hold on, now were they removed because it's a standard voter purge, or were they removed because their citizenship was not verified by their board of elections? Because they do voter purges every 2 years. They send you a little thing and say, "Hey, you haven't voted in 2 elections? Are you still at this address? Do you still want to be registered?" If you don't reply to that piece of mail, they will take you off the rolls. That is mandated in every state to happen sometimes every 4 years. So that's a normal process. It's called voter roll purges. And Texas has some very strict voter roll purges.
Are
So
we
are you saying something that
so what is the argument exactly? Is it to let people stay because they might vote in your interest or deport them because they might skew the vote because they want to stay, which is counterproductive to your interest?
that was the original argument that they were having?
No, I'm asking like which side
who's arguing for what side?
As far as I recall, Linz was saying that they should be removed so that they don't turn a red state blue.
Yeah, that's what
Was the
I
only
was
point
thinking.
she
That's why I
made.
said it. But that's why I asked to your point. If they can't vote federally or in a primary, it's all for naught. They're just going to add per capita to consumerism, crime, or whatever else statistics. And then they'll probably
Correct.
say, because it's a blue state, this is the reason why you need to close the borders. But in a red state,
Yep.
that
And it
would
is
be
all
my
for naught.
assumption.
Because
That's
Texas
my, yeah,
would benefit. Yeah, Texas would benefit from an inflated census count
exactly.
to get
But
more
Texas is never
seats.
going to go blue. I don't see it
Yeah,
going blue.
for people who don't vote, and they can always gerrymander the vote that the way they want, so that they don't lose any seats and they actually gain seats. They have done this.
The Republican governor said the Treasury Secretary of State office was turning over nearly 2,000 of those characterized as non-citizens at Attorney General Ken Paxton for the investigation because records show they had a voting history. What is this about? But he just said non-citizens could be permanent citizens, correct? So they would be.
Correct.
So, okay, so if they're permanent citizens, do they not recognize them as such in that state? Or because you said it's not
No,
federal, it's by states, correct? Or did I hear? Okay, so it's by state. Because you said in another state they're seen as permanent residents, correct?
well, they're seen like that in every state. A non-citizen is a permanent resident. So Texas apparently had 65. I'm going to look up this investigation. 6,500 non-citizens that were on the voter rolls, even though Texas does not allow non-citizens to vote. That seems like a problem with the voting registrar who placed them on the voter rolls.
Right. So maybe that's a county thing. I don't know how.
Mm-hmm.
I know county doesn't override federal, but if it's in the hands of the state or the jurisdiction, then maybe that could be the issue.
Yeah.
I'm
Well, the
guessing.
county is the one. The county is the one that registers you, because not only do they have to look at the map of your county to see what federal congressional district you fall in, they also have to, because only they know where the map is for their local county. So your county board of commissioners, your mayor's council, whatever, has to know what address you're in to assign you to a district. That's why you are registered with the county that you live in,
Right. So with that
and
being
not
said,
with the state.
even if it was an influx of non-citizens, immigrants, whatever, even if they had a temporary IRS number and they could be taxed, it wouldn't matter because if they can't touch the primaries or the federal, I mean, or the yeah, the federal election, it doesn't even matter. That was my whole point. That's why I was
Correct.
like, it'll add
Yeah.
per capita. I was just clarifying. That's
Well,
all.
yeah, you made the point. Yeah, you made the point very clear that it's actually in the benefit of red states to include
Exactly.
uh, immigrants in their census count and not have them vote. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
that's what
exactly
I
what they did
figured.
with the three. We've seen this before. It's the 3/5 compromise. We're going to add you for population, but not allow you to vote, so that we have more weight in Congress. It's the exact same thing, and they would do it again in a
But
heartbeat.
why would you ask someone for population if you fear that they're going to be fear mongering, natural born citizens and committing crimes? Why would you take that risk just for a vote that can't even happen? Because if
Yeah,
they're
because
gonna
it's
do what
motive.
they're gonna do while they're getting their citizen, if they're getting their citizenship process done, it's gonna take them at least a year or two, and by then you're gonna assume they're gonna commit a crime, which means it's gonna rise crime in your area per capita, which would probably be good for someone who wants to buy up land, because once pew pews get in the air, it drops the value of a neighborhood, and then that's when big whoever comes buys the block, then inflation happens, then gentrification happens, and all that other stuff. So it would be in their best interest to do it that way if that was the case. And then they just make up a law legislation. Okay, you did what you did. You dropped the property value down. We bought it up. We raised it for our higher profile clients and other people who can afford it. Now we're going to deport all of you, and then we're going to move all the other people into some Section 8 subsection where it's red line and all this other shit where the food is bad, the water's bad. We can just, subjugate this area, and then the other area across the train tracks is good.
Hmm.
I've seen this before. That's what I would imagine if they were trying to utilize it in that way. But I don't think. you want to take that chance of seeing another little girl being skinned alive or whatever the case may be, and then just running with that story and inflating it to the 10th power, trying to make a narrative out of this is why we need to close the borders. But that's
Well,
just
it
my
does it
assumption.
fear. If fear motivates your voters, you have every purpose, every incentive to do that,
Fear
to let
motivates
them in.
people. If you have a business, you're going to vote in your best interest because you have fear of being overpriced on taxes, even though you're not making as much as a billionaire. And even if you are making enough to sustain yourself,
Can you hear me, FB?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I can hear you. What happened?
My phone died. My camera
Oh,
is not working for some reason either.
come here, little girl.
Um, how long was the live down for?
A couple minutes.
All right.
The Iran diss track. No, I didn't see that. Where is it?